The mold's tendrils rise gently as you approach. 1,000 skinny antennas. The tendrils seem to favor seams and stress lines rather than smooth concrete. It doesn't need to survive bleach. It just needs to grow where bleach is not. The denser part sits low, where the floor dips slightly. From there, its growths fan out and up, thinning into forking strands. Tucked into the upper corner, an old ventilation grill, square and rust-rimmed. No condensation, moisture stains or signs of dripping. Not the origin point. You unfocus your eyes and the silo reconfigures itself, not as a monument, but as geometry. Condensation trails along the cable trunk, faint warps across the ceiling panel, load stress from moisture rot, blackening around a bolted vent. Neither rust nor soot. You follow the spread backward, through cinder block and pipe, along maintenance crawl spaces and sealed corridors, beyond human reach. There's a second silo underneath this one now, soft, wet, and dreaming. This needs a specialist, or at least someone specialist adjacent. A doctor might be a good first bet. You turn away from the mold. It quivers as you leave.
Hey, listen.
Looking a lot better, Cascade. Almost there. Almost. The room is almost clean. Maybe one last reconnoiter will do it. By and large, I'm still a subscriber, but far from a true believer. I saw something in it once. It had a glow. Then it lost it somewhere along the way. None, in fact, ideally, as the party has it. The end of history is the only worthwhile tenet of communism remaining. History is not a linear march of fastidiously checked events. It is a fiction, edited and spliced by quick hands in back rooms. Better to end it. Roll credits, then smash the projector. I do. That's the problem. My memory is a definitive history that no one chooses to adhere to. Likely compounded by my profession. I was let in unawares, seduced by communist hermeneutics. Let me put it like this. I wouldn't be who I am if I hadn't once been a communist. But now that I am who I am, I can never be one again. My take is that it's clearly not a conspiracy, just a barely concealed truth.
A nonchalant tone, disguising obsessive amounts of research.
Terrifyingly. I'm most intrigued about the memory. Does any of it carry over? Does it corrode? Or are these imprints simply haunted houses with any memories constructed by suggestion? And consider this, Cascade. What must their dreams look like? Miho believes in you.
Jadi spy independen ya harus ini. Yang nggak mihak ke siapa? Operator, nggak mihak ke ini, nggak mihak ke Miho juga. Padahal Miho itu dirinya sendiri sih. Oh, Rising skills is disabled. One bonus to all skill.
Words taught to every gymnasium student. The signatories further affirm that the present circumstances, hereafter referred to as reality, shall be considered too costly to further modify through actions of a historical character.
Pretty a vulgar.
A great reset for humanity. The end of centuries of wars against the rich, the imperialists, the racists.
The most widely accepted tally, 150 million deaths, approximately 10% of the global population.
In the afterglow of that delirious jubilee. Everything. Nothing. In the superblock, it's farewell perpetual revolution and hello pragmatic market reforms and freedom of assembly. By year 0, La Luz was widely considered a failed state, without a functioning government capable of signing an international agreement. As a result, it has never recognized the end of history. Across the developed world, the last colonial empires finally crack up. A bloody wound stanched with billions in foreign currency, under the guise of MTER's new stabilization loans. Now, a quarter of humanity inhabits a paradise of cheap jeans and dishwashers, even as their real wages stagnate year after year. In year 0, the masses burn calendars in the streets.
No.
In 13, the People's Republics open to foreign investment. In 56, the first lunar
Jadi
cadmium
7
deposits are
13
discovered.
1933
In 61,
terus 19
You're born.
ya
In
habis
62,
tahun
the
lain.
city-state of Portofino accepts a loan it will never repay. In 79, you fall in love for the first time. In 85, the consumer-grade audio disc hits the market. In 89, Kisak PC wins its last Pelota championship. It's 96 now. There are still day laborers and students
Sekarang
and
tahun
soldiers,
96.
but they no longer burn calendars or shout slogans in the streets. Everyone's watching too much television. For years, you've thought to yourself, it can't keep going like this. And for years, it has.
Okay, what mission? Aku baca tesisnya nih.
Opera Furiosa, a close read-in of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions. Or, Strewn in Constellation, second thoughts on the collective frontier. Looming behind the cover page, a dense 800-page slab. Each page a wall of dense, precise text, locked in place with academic violence. Like any serious text, it begins with an epigraph. This is the thing we built while the true visionaries were busy kicking around the future. Chairman Kivy to the Unkurt National Party Congress, seconds before committing suicide by gunshot, year 58. Strong opening hook, tonally ominous. The impenetrable block of text shows no clear way in, no stepping stones towards legibility. Black bars of redactions beset you at all sides.
Numerous lines of inquiry, all of which, however, can be distilled down to a single question. To what can we attribute the Operant Bureau's relative lack of projection power compared to agencies of a similar budget and manpower? Put simply, why is the opera not mopping the floor with our so-called competition?
The opera has unofficially been considered the last come, last served among the world's 3 leading intelligence agencies for at least 2 decades. That is what the next 600 pages are dedicated to discovering. You flip a few dozen pages on and pluck out a paragraph that seems relevant.
As though seeking to remake the agency in his own image, under Twichitov's leadership, the
Shit.
Operant Bureau transformed into an onanistic organization. That is, one that exists solely to satisfy its own circular pleasures, chief among which are hunting for flipped assets and excommunicating its most competent operants.
Roger Klaus Twichitov, Director General of the Operant Bureau from 58 until his untimely death in 87.
Opera? More like slopera.
Alam?
Ruthless critique is one thing, but that's just uncalled for.
Ini ngeritik opera kita gitu ya.
All intrinsic to the self-propagating nature of containment mania. In layman's terms, if the opera were a human being, a psychiatrist would diagnose them as being addicted to self-sabotage, a true master of own goals. Internal opacity, even when necessary, devolves into bureaucracy with mathematical certainty. It follows that an agency run by a being such as Twichitov, a vision-bereft bureaucrat at heart, regardless of assent, would view
30
ever-accumulating
dipaket
clearance
no.
levels, recursive encryptions, and sanctioned
Ya,
erasures
ya coba sih
as
mausen
signs
bungkusnya
of
iku.
progress.
Bungkusnya HP di kiri kan ana logo iku to.
Unlike cancer, neurodegenerative disease, and rigor mortis, things that actually progress, they are, in truth and practice, portents of institutional paralysis.
Appendix B, apparently, is wholly dedicated to eviscerating Twichitov.
Ngeritik
Text seems
ini ngeritik
genuinely uncertain of
Twichitov
what it
juga
is
ya.
more interested
Salah
in
satu
doing,
pejabat ya opera.
getting to the heart of the opera's problems, or delivering the former director a literary pummeling.
A development whose terminal stage is the adversary within. That is, a psychic limbo in which the operant is forced to treat all information, even, and perhaps especially that which is opera-provided, as de facto malified, an auto-suspicious routine, a territory from which no assurance is powerful enough to rescue anything.
Distrust as a replicating sickness. Holocene is electing to keep secrets from the world, and maybe you, and possibly himself. Why would someone redact something they wrote from themselves? Big thesis, big secrets. You'd have to ask Holocene. It's clearly personal, as well as professional. You land on a chapter
Personal
titled
lah.
The Torrent of One, Reflections on Function and Fall. Torrent kind of sounds like. This section, spanning 20-odd pages, drills down, focusing on a single operand. Holocene considers the career, decisions, and strategic patterns of
Operand C.
Operand C.
Skip.
Over their career, Operant, henceforth known as Operant C, demonstrated an innate faculty for the craft, and tremendous capacity for leadership. Accordingly, the Operant Bureau tasked them with setting up a network in...
He wrote a case study about you.
Operant C's talents, regrettably, are only matched by a tremendous capacity for self-sabotage.
Sabotage. Oh.
Obsessive, pattern-questioning
Obsessive.
tendencies beyond that which is necessary or sensible, though sometimes admirable in their sheer scope. The result, an endless fictionalizing of imagined threats, many of which are conjured in situ. I do not wish to indict a fellow operant, but to cement a larger point, one that affects all operants. The Operant Bureau itself is to blame for what I call professional deformations. Assignment failed. It couldn't help but fail. Assuming Operant C survived the collapse, she was duly remanded to Satellite Facility B, aka the notorious Freezer. Isolation with no end date.
A sentence, unwritten yet palpable. I'd rather pick my own freezer.
The ideal agency, one worthy of trust, could amplify competence and care for ailing pathologies. But here, what starts as aptitude or temperament quickly curdles. Let us give the opera credit where due, as it has mastered something after all. Producing the long-term casualties that prop up its own structural monstrosity.
Oke, terus kesimpulannya?
You synthesize what you were able to absorb from 600-odd pages in a few glances. Taking into account its size and manpower, the opera should be a bigger player on the world stage.
The Operant Bureau shuffles along on its rusted treadwheel, shotgun perma-pressed to foot.
If it is not a bigger player, he argues, it is because the agency is trapped in a process of which Holocene's own progressive isolation is a microcosm.
To ask why the Operant Bureau exists at all is to ask the same of the superblock, and to confront our place within it. A constellation of intents, betrayals, and ideals, the whole of which can never be witnessed. What would a star ever know of its own constellation? Or remember of it, given that most constellations are formed from stars long dead?
It reads like he's mourning. That assumption is part of what he is questioning.
Alam?
It is not trust he is looking for, but a shared ground. Some foothold in the undeniable to which he can cling amidst all the lies. The task is diagnosis, not treatment. Your eyes linger on a phrase from close to the end of the monograph.
Ultimately, the cruel irony of infinite mutual distrust being the fundamental principle on which intelligence agencies are founded should be evident to the intelligent reader.
An endless spiral of mirrors, all facing inwards, none of them reflecting the world. The thesis makes no mention of Miho, or what Holocene hopes it will achieve. Let's see how his little novelty agency gets on when it encounters reality. There are no more open seats at the big table. At heart, he is a poet spy. He holds curiosity for the world and its layers, even if it has been deeply corroded by intelligence work. The conclusion spans 40-odd pages. A heavily redacted maze of paragraphs, diagrams, schematics, and footnotes.
Ada
Its
40
opening lines
halaman.
read,
The opera's failings traced herein are unforgivable. Yet, what of the state that birthed it? What of the individuals that animated? The People's Republics dream of a kinder world. The opera dreams of revealing it. The operant dreams of dreams. All fantasies in waiting, yet to be given memory.
With that, the thesis ends. It folds shut without protest.
Looking a lot better. Almost. The room is almost clean. Maybe one last reconnoiter will do it.
Nangis.
Miho bel...
Ya.
Looking a lot... Almost. The room is almost clean. Looking a lot... Almost.
He didn't choose this. If he had his way, he'd be 10 books deep in a dusty library. Someone must have ushered him in.
Of course. Plucked straight out of my college days.
As were you. A bullet knocked you down. The communists dragged you clear.
I studied modern languages initially, but swiftly, some claimed alarmingly swiftly, pivoted to new criticism in my second term. I soon became involved with the socialist poetry magazine Kleos as a regular contributor. The editor was a woman I admired quite a lot.
There, how it so often goes. The emotional spell cast as ideology.
Gifted, curious, persuasive. This editor was a communist, and upfront about it. What she was less upfront about was her covert role as an opera talent scout. She was well versed in socialist hermeneutics, the literary application of materialism, and I was very young, very malleable, and very keen to close read the world. So eventually I dropped out of college and followed her to the superblock. And slowly, too slowly, realized that communists don't believe the world can or should change. And if you cannot change it, Cascade, then interpreting it holds no meaning.
He skipped over the part where he followed this woman to another country.
Dialvi. Define thing. Nothing as real as that. I was only interested in intellectual abandon.
His perfect memory is failing him here. Right at this critical moment, he followed his heart and dragged his mind along behind it.
I saw her again once, in Novessa, March '91. Just before we left for Portofino, by coincidence, Although there is, of course, no such thing. She didn't recognize me, and I didn't even bother to correct her. I felt nothing, Cascade, for the world or for the cause.
Or for her.
But I have many happy memories of more idealistic times, and for those, I owe her a lot. You did? I'm sure you have questions. Clown number 1, Circus Central. Recall the era we joined the opera. Twitchitov was director, means of ascent unknown. Sometime before I was initiated, I assume he must have been something useful.
Di tumpang kono.
You never met Twitchitov, but you were always aware of his presence on some unknowable higher level.
I was conducting internal intelligence on behalf of the Remembrancer Division, and followed Twitchitov to a card game with a cabal of other high rankers. One of the wives there bluffed them all 3 times in a row. By the 4th round, Twitchitov's hands were shaking. He was terrified, utterly dismantled. I never forgot that. I think he was just desperately lost.
A rumor whispered among the more seasoned remembrancers that director Twitchitov asphyxiated himself under autoerotic circumstances.
If unfettered rumor is to be believed. He also lost half the opera's center hold files in a different illicit stakes card game earlier that same night.
Ditaruhin file spy.
So yes, Cascade, I rag hard on Roger Klaus Twitchitov. About you, I'm not sure what you mean, Cascade. Did you see your cryptonym mentioned, or...
Let it go. This is as far as you'll get on this.
Oh yes, the Torrent of One. Reflections on function and fault.
Your former double gazes at you.
I can conjure no response to that question. I believe the chapter you're talking about is deliberately and adequately redacted. And like any good academic-turned-operant, I abide by the redactions. Cascade, I'm sorry, but do you have anything useful to say about the text?
Your former double glances up at the ceiling and hums to himself.
You'd have to ask the censors, but I'm almost sure they would. Please, I'd be delighted to hear your summation, Cascade. Not sure what you're for there, Cascade, but yes, pretty much that's what I was going for. What you know as the Operant Bureau is nothing but a metaphysical conceit. Know this: if there is an opera, there is also an inner opera. I fear I might be too.
Ya bu wis perso, mangi wis ngendikan lho kena
I think it really starts screaming on the second read. Miho believes in you.
A sheet of thick paper lies on impossible consonant. Milvorchskva Osmowordivishv Nikonidka Fumapubtivika Johedakatjivada Ichpigduvershaz Vilurbitsu Norn Vexeles Panus Convershmir Six Joyam Vikajik Sakfe Vi Sexborg Richigvika Swalvich of Korgiti Shivlim Wilf. A cipher. Right now. Operant, please. This kind of
P?
stagecraft takes application, a methodology. You can't just dash it off.
What's this?
Endless lines trace and retrace. Frenzied scribbles on the white walls of your skull. From the tangle of scribbles, shapes form, break, reform. It's not that you're forcing the code to conform to your language. You are learning the new language that the code is written in. Yes, you feel a pulsating rhythmic unity with the ciphertext, all of which is good enough to reveal the first two letters, I-T.
It? Oh, it.
That's it. But there is order to all this. There is a way forward, and it follows a certain school of logic. Slapped, dashed, and self-congratulated. A flying start indeed. One glance, and you know it is. A key that requires a key. Almost certainly. You refold the paper and slip it into your pocket.
Well, the room situation is much improved, Cascade. Very clean. Fine job. We must not have been looking at the same room. Oh, yes. I'm afraid I can't elaborate on that right now, but please remind me to elaborate on it later.
Your former double stares blankly at you, as if you never spoke at all.
Cascade. A thorough clean will always turn up expected and completely mundane items.
Holocene unfolds his dressing gown, and then folds it again.
High time for another Cosmo ration. How many have I had today? It's hard to keep track sometimes as they're so delicious.
Your former double rubs his neck nonchalantly and gazes at the ceiling.
I've tolerated the cardiovascular grandpa too long. I should zero him out to fortify operational security.
He runs a smoothing hand across his hair. It springs back up, even more disarrayed than before.
Miho's counter-analysis is the finest in the hemisphere, but its stagecraft is amateur at present. I'm sure you can, Cascade. Now, please, go and practice your stagecraft in more suitable surroundings. Miho believes in you.
Tapi tak oversize.
Gitu. Kalau satu sih gue masih deh. Ya. Coba ini gue ada. Jangan ini mau telepon. Bisa. Kita anu gede saya modelnya ngono kompor-kompor. Ini delok ayah gini. Jeneng ora gini.
Apa lah kon iku lho mosok angel sih, Dik. Mek gak ndelokno to iku lho. Gak butuh tenaga, gak butuh apa.
Nah, iki suwe kompor-kompor ngono aku lho. Anu pakan entek kok.
Now that's a stride. That's a grand stride. Right there. Up and down 6 times. Could go another 10, I'm sure. Oh, hey, bud. Now, how'd a friendly face like yours end up here? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. You want my advice? Give the stairs a good try. Nothing like a few runs up and down to squash the old worries. Down and down they go. Greatest stairs I ever saw. You ought to give them a try.
As you consider the stairs, a beer bottle clangs against the railing, smashes. The old man laughs.
You know, it's nice to have company. Good chinwag helps stimulate metabolic ignition. Why, yes, just now. A lady came barreling past, almost missed her. She was speedy, intense form. A thief. Oh, that's terrible. Had I known, I'd have tripped her clean. And with the pace she was going, I doubt you'll catch up to her. I'm sorry, bud. She's one of them scrappers. You can tell by the non-ergonomic rags. Poor thing's usually gathering copper out front, muttering to herself. No, that mad dash for the exit's the first time I've seen her inside the silo, in fact. There's plenty of side entrances and emergency exits, I'm sure. Not that I've explored them myself, but a curious soul would. Well, yes. What other kind is there? Everything all right there? Good luck catching her, bud. Not at all, bud. Good to see the youth getting out, practicing their overarm toss.
You hear a whoosh and a crash as another bottle falls to its death. Must have been very unlucky indeed.
Aha! Hear that one? Went straight to the bottom. Excellent aim. You look a bit pale, bud. What happened? Quite the heavy load for a staircase. But then again... You've humored me enough, bud. I'll spare you my ramblings. I'm just sorry the stairs didn't work for you.
His silly theory isn't about you or him. It's about places. Places like this one, shaped by history.
Most of them are. It's just more palpable here. You know, I've been wondering if places hold on to things. Not like we do, but like bodies. This silo's been through a lot, hasn't it? Got its own muscle memory, bruises, scars, and aches. Built with hopes, dreams, and purpose. And then...
a violent burst, followed by a great hollowing out, leaving only silence. Is it any wonder such a place would still reverberate?
Wouldn't be surprised if it outlasts us both. I hope the stairs won't stop you from coming back, bud. I've been thinking of starting my own exercise group, you know. Get some people in here, give the place a bit of purpose again. Beautiful place, isn't it? I come here regularly. This here's the perfect spot to run mitochondrial apoptosis drills. I am practicing full-spectrum autophagic cardio-incineration. Pump up the heart rate until weak organelles and grief proteins burn right up. Full somatic reset just by running. Okay, that's how you make the voices so quiet. Get rid of those, and the fourth aperture opens wide. Makes you appreciate beauty all over again.
Hardly anything he said makes medical sense. It barely makes linguistic sense.
That's the tip of the iceberg. You also need to worry about your lymph nodes, face here, adrenal glands. It's why the body needs constant attention. As the saying goes, pain is just the body flushing out stories it shouldn't have been told.
Pain is a nociceptive signal, a response triggered by actual or perceived tissue damage.
That's from the tough cycle full system flush. Sweat, cry, piss, shake, ascend. No wonder you're hoarding emotions in at least 6 zones. I'm a bit worried about you, bud. You remind me of the old me back when I was working. And that's no way to live. No way to live at all. I was an interzonal man right up until 81. Consultant class, 2 decades in foreign hotels and meeting rooms, harmonizing standards for partners, getting Portofino ready for the big leagues, you see. And it felt like it. 16-hour audits, maybe 4 hours sleep, choking down sardines and brandy between meetings. Oh, and all the pills, too. That all ended when I first heard Rim Tough speaking.
No need to be childish. Fringe health theorist, frowned upon by most medical bodies in the People's Republics and the developed world. Owns dozens of wellness centers across Soon's Ark and millions of followers.
I didn't fall for anything, did I? Just found one of his discs in my hotel room. Figured it would fill the silence, so I put it on. That's when I heard. You don't have a body. You are a body. Within minutes, I was doing lunges across the carpet. I kept listening, and that's when it happened. I smiled. Middle of a lunge, legs shaking, sweat pouring down. Half a mini bar bottle still in hand, just smiling. Next morning, I called the boss, told him I was done. What could he say? I had made up my mind. Slumped thoracic spine for one, that's grief pooling in the vertebrae. You're a bit pale too. Capillaries holding on to despair. But the biggest problem's obvious. It's your lungs. You're dealing with a lot of anticipatory shame, aren't you? That stuff pools up in the alveoli.
If only. There's plenty of past shame too.
Situation's worse than I feared then. I hope you don't take umbrage at my words, bud. I remember the days when bad thoughts slipped in right through the weak fiber.
Does this fool doubt the resilience of the people's respiratory tract? That's how we make sense of the world. There's no need to fall for it.
I understand. I spent many years in the throes of denial myself.
This is an old man coping with existence by clinging on to a nonsense routine. Let it be. So he insults your psyche as well.
I'm glad to hear it. Of course, if you have any doubt, we could put those to rest with a little sprint around the loop. The top floor, when you come in, that's the loop. No gadgets, no props, nothing but raw athletics. You tell me when you're ready to run.
I'm ready.
Diagnostics complete. Ligaments primed. Heart rate nominal. Joints lubricated. Adrenaline and dopamine surge initiated to maximize propulsion. Awaiting signal.
Demon. Suara hai.
Ready, steady,
Go! Bukan.
Warning. Vertical drop ahead. Torque and acceleration throttle due to survival drive. Provide vocal input to engage. Ultimate overburn. Run. Complete. Desired performance achieved. System switch into reward mode ++. Enjoy the endorphins.
Stupendous stuff, bud. The speed, the leap. Sure. But the magic's in the keeping on, isn't it? To keep being stubborn against the world.
Stay safe, guardian.
Keep you moving, you'll be fine. We'll all be fine.
Kayak pakai kucing mau dus. Yang
Kajian ini Pak pada kajian.
awal bulan itu foto beras ini ayo.
Hati-hati.
Hark! Do you see them? The stark reality is watching you from the sidelines. Cold grandstands full of silent, predictable men.
There are no faces to be seen, just blurred suggestions.
Their faces like
They're cheering you on. Those are their cheering faces. The memory of the glory days, for the treacly pleasure of watching a wasted athlete drag herself once more around the old track. Suit yourself. The damp cellars of embassies are awash with the remains of old athletes of the middle tier. They await you with polite applause.
Forgotten souls with plantar fasciitis.
Ini
and
kena
nothing
isot.
more.
Nggak isot, ini payah. Iki semangka.
Nó có thể thôi à, phút thấy bao giờ nó còn luôn.
Tuan.
Cái làm luôn.
The track goes round and round forever. You can't escape its logic, so you may as well embrace it. Look at her go, they say. There's nothing to stop her now.
Metal shudders and groans beneath your feet, reverberating downwards. Red lights fade into nothing. Hundreds of steps, winding, disappearing into pure darkness. Remember what the Miho fact said. go all the way down. A small measure to fend off the encircling dark. You look at the metal between your feet, a square grid that cannot contain the emptiness that surrounds you.
Gak dapet filenya. Ngobrol dulu. Hello.
Hello again.
She holds a beer bottle over the void.
Orang melihat
Grip loose
nih
around its
ibu-ibu
neck.
gila
Release.
lewat.
A sacrificial offering. Better than a pigeon.
I found an intact bottle down there.
No, one of them didn't smash on.
I see it. Must have happened when our attention was elsewhere. Well, our friend, you found it, so it's your luck if you please.
Be cool if you could throw it over there, though. And hey, would put the luck theory to the test.
Lucu.
You draw back your arm and
Kenapa sih? Kenapa sih?
Hello again.
she holds a sacrificial off.
No.
I see it.
Be cool if you could throw it over there, though. And hey,
Astagfirullah.
Rehan ini loh, Bu.
Apa?
hello
Ini
again.
polis sedang.
She holds a bear box, a sacrificial offering. Better than
Aku kan pray.
No.
I see it.
Be cool if you could throw it over there, though.
you draw back your arm and throw, overarm. The bottle leaves your hand. It arcs through the air, no spin. The angels stop
Yes,
their
nice.
shimmering and turn to watch this one perfect throw. Sick.
Got it.
Bravo, bravo. What a hero you are.
Easy.
She weighs the bottle in her hand, grins.
That was really fucking cool.
I think we'll stay for a while.
Tommy.
Enjoy the view.
But after that, you never know. Oh, we did. Very sunburned lady in a headscarf.
She was making a run for it.
Bye, friend.
Nah, attack Batman. Apa tuh ya?
Itu udah tim dulu.
Di luar kan adik. Karena lek metu ya, terus dipakani wis nguyu wis nelek. Bund. Terus pulang.
Ahead, the electric. You catch the next aero tram back towards
Back to civilization. Tinggal shopping first.
Oh, it's you. What takes your fancy? You need any... Thanks for stopping by. Oh, it's you. What takes your fancy?
State food. Blueprints. Personalism.
Must be some party you're going. You need anything else? Thanks for stopping.
Channel itu channel mana ini? Kopi channel.
You return to the rack of clothing. Price tags rustle beneath your fingers.
Poetical toilets. Sensor.
Enjoy it.
The rack set. You turn away from. A low, tilt-in shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres.
There's not many who would admit to such proclivities. In public, no less. Don't let anyone see you with that.
You turn your.
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it? Superblock Baby.
Block baby.
The False Midnight. Impotent pop music reaching for political satire. One-hit wonder merchants. Plonky deadpan bass.
Only a moment's hesitation. This man may detest the majority of music, but his internal discography is formidable.
Check the shelf of despised subgenres under geopolitical novelties. You'd like to hear more? I judge you to... That's what I'm here for. Yes. Oh, yes. Her. Blana, Blama. Something like that. That's because the kid skims her crates. Privilege of rank for you. Utterly tasteless. You know the kind. Skip, I attempted to discuss Einzelton XR with her, to extend a hand across the generations. She called me an Einzel cunt, told me to fuck a disc. I did not. Obviously. No. It stands for... Oh, sure. You're back again.
The GM. You step into the booth and press the receiver to your ear. You step away.
Remember, Hirsch. Later, Hirsch.
Hirsch.
Sweet.
Purple plastic shimmers as you approach. Could it? Could it? The brand... A ceremonial black. She may fall on it. Ward again. One of the under-theorized appeals of Lucian Electro. Obsession with foreign import. Some tools make the work.
Many. I take it on tour and have it set up in the hotel room. I basically wrote all of Flower and the Precipice on this during the Missing Glance tour in '94.
Flower on the Precipice has Holding Hands with Strangers on it. That's one of his biggest songs.
And Yana's favorite.
No need to get cunty, Hirsch.
Yes, please don't get cunty, Hirsch. This is a small room, the only one I have. I'd like to be delicate with its atmosphere.
You brush your finger into the nearest key. A light, airy tone glistens across the room. Middle A. Good start.
Hirsch, what are you doing? Hirsch, step away from V's keyboard and stop being a prick.
Hirsch, stop.
We're watching you do it. This is an everything crisis. Mental, creative, communist, she snapped. V, we might have to get physical here.
Play any old shit and wrap this up.
Agak Jan. Oke. Masuk ya jam 8.
Tôi ưu tiên
Enggak kalian betul loh.
rồi giờ bây giờ trở về
Đấy. Nah. Ramses.
Up around. You look like you've been put through a shit extruder. Even worse, you seem to have made the local news.
The old spy jabs his cigarette in the direction of a nearby television.
Subcommandante Bagman has secured a tremendous victory for the bold partisans of the real, seized from an iodine-deficient pawn of the so-called Operant Bureau. From the depths of the Beetle Tract, a metaphysical superweapon, the likes of which our enemies are utterly unprepared for.
He takes a small object from his coat pocket and waves it around. It's hard to make out except for an unmistakable flash of red light.
Rather pleased with himself, wouldn't you say?
If you're capable of facing your reality situation directly, stay tuned. Now let's take some calls from you, dear viewers.
Ini ya, red disk kan belum ada yang bisa ini.
But let's set side things aside. Did you find what we're looking for? Bon? And? What wonders awaited you inside?
Main cover. Satelit itu udah berhasil beroperasi cuy.
He raises his brow and tilts his head forward slightly. Continue, he's saying.
Trebon, you haven't disappointed, Operand. Out of curiosity, while you were slumming it in the dark, sexy tunnel, did you come across any references to the Polytechnic University of Treffe?
Dokter siapa kan? Ini pengarang buku juga loh.
The eminent Dr. Juno Avrestaniak, captain of the glue-sniffing wing of the Treffe School, so I'm told. Controversial individual. Lots of miscarried ideas about the origins of consciousness. Their standard Treffe thesis holds that consciousness is itself nothing but a thin border, and only recently erected, evolutionary speaking. Couple thousand years, last week, once you begin to contemplate the time scales involved, hardly any distinction really. Lots of competing explanations, take your pick. Some hold that we were simply like other mammals, driven by unconscious instinct, just on a more complex dimension. That's your so-called conservative wing. His own, the glue-sniffing wing. He thought the astrologists got it half right. It's not the stars talking to us. It's our distant progenitors. Meaning we were once part of a single universal consciousness, galaxy spanning, as he had it. All minds threaded together, knowing and feeling as one. Yeah, makes sense. And presumably his crewmates aboard this oh-so-secret satellite weren't just up there watching the tide roll away,
negara dan rakyat-rakyatnya.
turning their minds into what he thought were always meant to be. Exquisitely sensitive instruments.
Jadi krunya nggak ada yang tahu kecuali dokter ini tujuan asli dari satelit diluncurkan.
Easy that way, I imagine. Maybe more merciful as well. If it occurred within the developed world, it surely would have been. Unfortunately for Dr. Straniak's subjects, it occurred 400,000 kilometers above it. But did it work, Operand? Did it work?
Di filenya sih enggak.
And? Don't tell me that's all, Operand. I'm getting that iron taste on my tongue.
Ada disket juga sih.
There's more. And you got it.
The old spy's grey eyes flash like light reflecting off a rifle scope.
Come on, Operand. Have you got the disc or not? Pneumatic. Not many things play this anymore. Old format.
Itu belum tak setel di anu.
Lightly, like an artifact he's both drawn to and afraid of. Oh God, it's another stairs-related task coming on.
Fortunately, I'm an old format myself.
He pops the front panel off his box with a heavy plastic clunk, nearly hidden among the skein of tubes, pumps and wiring. A built-in disc changer.
Still leaves a matter of venue. Much as I like this place for the ambience, doesn't entirely suit our purposes, I think. I think yours should do fine. If we have any outstanding business, we should settle it now. Hard to predict what will happen once we spin this thing up.
Okay.
Bon, let's
Alam?
go.
The yellow disc slots into the disc changer with a soft click.
Loh, tak gantong mesti. De sirahe kursi ko.
On your mark, upper hand.
A click, a fog of static. And then...
When at last you're consumed by the greater existence, when the border between love and terror finally dissolves, and you come face to face with your cruel angel, where is a face like you but from a dream? Then you'll know how lost you've always been in a world of false images.
You but from a dream. The words on the red disc that was unceremoniously stripped from you.
You but from a dream.
Just then you become aware of another sound, coming from the old spy's heart box. One you've not heard it make before. A warning. The old spy's body appears to be vibrating. His hand presses the headphone close to his ear.
Flickering across empty rooms, and when you pass through the door in the air and return from your brief exile, all time and place before you, luminous, sense and no sense, cosmology of a dream you may have lived and may yet live again.
Meanwhile, the old spy's lips move quickly, silently, mouthing the shapes of the words that fill your ears.
What will you say to that cruel angel who waits for you when they ask what you've done?
With your heart.
A blizzard of electrostatic, then nothing. The air is heavy, your chest tight. You've been holding your breath for approximately an eternity. Slowly, the old spy removes his headphones.
Recognize? How? You, but from a dream, like the voice said. Never understood music myself. Partially tone deaf. You mind?
The old spy cups a large hand near your face as the end sparks to life. He lights his own and leans back.
But all right. So this Ultravioletta, the missing pop star, she hears it too. That what you're saying? Coincidence would be comforting, and yet I'm not comforted in the slightest.
So our pop singer gets on humanity's enlisted frequency, cuts a new record, which lo and behold, turns out to be some sort of metaphysical superweapon, if the bag-headed individual is to be believed.
Yeah.
One immediately wonders, has the Ministry of Mass Culture got any idea about this? What power is that tempting?
Gosh.
Of course, massive spectacle. They'd want to broadcast across the developed world, make an event of it. Endgame of these secret treaties, I suppose. But then how did one of these discs make its way across the wide and teeming Nuscarenta Sea to Portaferro and into the stereo of your unfortunate double? Tested in theater then. Smart spy might ask what this amateur fool is doing with his hands on such a thing. Seems important.
He brushes the braid of cords aside so he can mash the remains of his cigarette against the side of his box.
One thing. This red disc of yours. The Einzelton. One play only. That's the deal. Now this fool with a bag on his head claims he's managed to reconstruct this disc, meaning he now possesses a weapon that can melt the minds of his unfortunate viewers or whomever else he decides to inflict it upon. Have I got that?
If the conspiracist is exactly the best person to possess such a thing, maybe it's not this person.
The man with the paper bag on his head sounded rather convinced. Have to say, a weapon like that, in the hands of an operant with a mind to use it, could be extremely potent. Can't blame you, seeing how it's currently in the possession of an insane man with a popular television program. Reminds me, your thing.
Yes, what this was all about. The Grand Lich's time of arrival. It sounds so pitifully small now. Your thing.
It's a tree you're waiting on. Lusian ginkgo. Planted a long time ago. So you know. Bon. Funny thing about Lusian ginkgos, they all lose their leaves simultaneously. Genetic, supposedly. Big ritual day. Years to find out, I'd say. There's a couple of negotiators from the bank side of the table, mucking around about town. Turn one of them inside out. You'll find your answer. And now, operand, we come to our parting. A strong draft of both.
He takes up the heart box. His heavy frame shudders with new vitality. One of the Shadow World's ancient deities preparing to slip back into the Black Sea beneath a starless night.
I hope you get a good price, operand.
His heavy steps echo down the hall stairs and then fade to nothing. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade. Yes? What do you need? What does that have to do with the opera? Fascinating. Leave him there. Please. Bagman. Bagman. The television conspiracy theorist.
Before you can answer, you hear the wheels of an office chair. A pause, then a document land on a desk.
His studio is part of the housing campaign, accessible via the rooftops. And be careful. It says here we have reason to believe that he is armed and dangerous. Certainly. But do get that information, Cascade. Excellent. I hope you get what you need from them quickly. Sounds fishy, but good sources sometimes are. It's your call. All right. Trouble with the bank. Unsurprising. The bank's ways are mysterious. Try making some noise in the city. Provoking a response might motivate Emter to move forward. Very well. I told you I can't send you on. I can only advise. Cascade, you should only attempt to build your own weapon as a last resort. But if you manage to find anything genuinely Lucian in or around the bazaar, that would probably suffice. Be careful. Fine.
Block baby. Kan
A
lagu itu.
forgotten beast, hibernating in your hippocampus, stirs, raises its
Remind
head
me
and
how it goes.
snorts.
Absolutely not.
Distantly familiar.
The store supposed to host overseas playing first with block baby. Probable experiment. Oh iya ini. Special gift from audio trigger. Lagu super babynya main, bomnya meledak.
With Nestor at the helm, Portofino would always have held itself apart from the rest of the superbloc. Unacceptable for a member state. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? A cipher. Intriguing. Sounds like you're making progress. Great. Give me the sequence and I'll feed it to Litost. If it's machine breakable, we'll crack it clean in a few minutes.
Litost, the high priest of mirror tongues. A crematorium-sized mainframe of groaning reels and dust-choked cores, born in the block's industrial dawn.
Hold. Shouldn't take long. So, while we're waiting, where did this cipher originate? Did you find him, or did he find you? Where has he been hiding?
Hard, abrupt words.
Is that your answer, or his? Worth very little then, as it stands. Cascade, please don't drag him back into my life. You are enough. Miho? You can't be serious. Of course it is. Nonsense, in other words.
As you spill his secrets, your former double's face flashes across your mind.
And what's Miho's aim exactly? Consider it declined. I have the authority to shoot that one straight down.
A pause on the other end of the line.
Kehook kan? Kehook.
I'd be careful with that line of exploration, Cascade. The Operant Bureau reminds you that history has ended. The future is now. You're not cleared for that tier of emotional disclosure.
The steel rod night bitch is sealed shut.
How convenient. You can have it with a condition. Beyond this, please stay away from Holocene. Thank you, Cascade. Hold.
Ideological hygiene above personal sentiment. This is how we win the next century. Plastic being shuffled, then the voice of your handler over the line.
Cascade? The keyword is
Eschaton.
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 The Miho report title, Project Eschaton.
Final word. I hope that cipher turns out to be a resignation letter. I would not put it past him to encrypt one of those. I know it failed.
Why the interest in space? Look at it. What's it doing up there? What if it's just a big painting?
I'd say best luck and skill up.
The bed welcomes you. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
Algunas mucho.
You're back. And you still look like...
Sure.
Back again, are we? Awful. Still. Absolutely not. I can see this. This is what's there for you.
Hey, coordination.
If you scuff those on a curb, don't... Well then. Of course you...
Ferry ku ya apa sih? Ferry ku ya apa ferry ku? Ferry ku ya apa ferry?
Ferry ku budale sobo polene imsa. Sobo. Dan sobo dami mo.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You pick up the paper. Step 1. Take the casing off the front housing with your screwdriver. After unscrewing the fastenings at each corner of the housing, you tug at the plastic until it reluctantly comes away. Underneath sprawls a mini city of metal prongs and board-mounted circuitry. Step 2. Spin the dial on the right until you find the intercom frequency. Crackling electronic waves break against an anodic shore. The occasional snippet from a conversation breaks up the rhythm, a word at a time. A relay of chatter, invisible poetry that travels above and between the walking heads of the city. As you turn the dial, one word you hear makes you instinctively stop and listen to the rest of the sentence. Yes, you're close now. The final step begins with you saving this channel and giving it a number to streamline any future calls. Step 3. Hold down the lever with the word reserve above it for at least 3 seconds. In your ear, a voice. Connection reserved. Please input an 8-digit contact number that will be assigned to this channel. You will need to remember this number. No need to make it difficult. Number accepted, says the voice on the phone. Please hold for connection.
Yes, what do you... Wait. Who's there? I can't see you. Or have my eyes at last renounced their function? Ah, you're back. And you've contrived some way to speak to me through this little box. Very well. What do you want? See, I was true to my word. What do you make of our techno-glories? No, not copies. Imprints. The difference is subtle and vast. What it attempts to do is copy the mental pictures the machinery generates. Even then, the picture quality tends to be shit. The tragic beauty of the prototype.
Trapped between the old reality that created it and the new one it failed to bring about.
Begin with the memory. The more formative, the better. What the device does is transfer that memory from the user to the subject, making the subject believe the memory is their own. Of course, under normal circumstances, the mind would simply reject this false memory, the same way the body might reject a foreign organ. What a sweet way to think of it. Simply an exchange of home movies. Naturally, the process works best on catatonics and singletons.
Like your unfortunate double, for instance.
Assuming the subject is sufficiently pliant, the transferred memory imprints itself. A new psyche that mimics that of whoever supplied the memory. That's the idea, anyway. Of course, the quality of the copy depends on many factors. The vividness of the memory, the suitability of the subject, and so on. I abused my authority and betrayed an old associate in the Ministry of Futurisms. I expect he's dead already. If not, he will be soon. You must understand, there are only 15 of these devices in existence. This is the only one outside the Illuminated Empire. The mere fact that I've shared its existence with you, a foreigner, a communist, a spy, would be grounds to execute me as a traitor thrice over. I'm at your disposal. I was meant to play the part of Facundo's loyal hound, sniffing out our negotiating counterparts. Odors of degeneracy and mutation, the likes of which only the developed world can produce. Of my purported equals, one is a high-tier alcoholic, the other is some sort of modern pervert. Despicable whelk. If you get the chance, give him a cake from me, right between the ribs. Concerning, you do well to reflect on what that says about you. But let's say no more about my counterparts. Just thinking of them makes me ill to my stomach. Ah, what relief. You've set an old man's mind at ease. But now I'm curious what you intend to do with them. Does that mean you've decided to help me get out of this place? Joy. Denlev has seen fit to raise me up from my despair. What's the price? I suspected as much, of course. But tell me, why does your opera want to kill the Lucian Minister of Mass Culture?
No judgment in his voice. His curiosity is innocent, almost childlike.
No? Why should you? You're just the errand girl. So I'm to play the traitor's theme. Help a gang of communist thugs assassinate my friend and master, all to disrupt our brilliant march toward the final society.
The line hums. Dank water drips.
Sure, Herschel. No problem. I only hope that you don't plan to shoot me in the back of the head at your earliest convenience. An ignominious end for poor Dante. Seeing as how you've already secured my exit papers, I suppose that means we have a deal. And what about my other requests? Tempo gave me certain assurances. Nothing extravagant. Safe passage to Novessa, a residence permit and a little apartment in the old town, a lectureship at the Polytechnic, total immunity for any offenses your party believes I committed against the people.
Speculative freelancing. Your old asset had no authority to make offers on behalf of the opera.
Splendid. Then I'll await your word.
Nearly all defectors are driven by one of 4 factors. Perhaps a partial explanation, but incomplete. He's more at ease behind the curtain
Iya
than
sih,
in front
grid.
of it.
Permintaannya
Easy
aneh-aneh.
to rule out. If money were his angle, he'd have gone over to end her already. Unlikely. If it were a question of leverage,
Bukan grid,
Tempo
bukan
wouldn't have been
ego,
promising
bukan coercion.
red-titled apartments in Novessa's old town.
Iya sih. Sebenarnya mintanya apa sih? Apartemen kecil. Visit to Novessa. Total immunity. Berarti bukan grid gitu tak maksudnya. Bukan grid, bukan coercion, bukan ego.
The ironic tone, the deflections, the allusions to persecution, taken together, they suggest.
Oh, Tante cuman nggak percaya aja sama kebijakan
A grave
society.
insult. I'm a loyal servant of Facundo Reyes and the Ministry of Mass Culture. Few have given so much as I. That's between Facundo and myself. You can't understand.
The lock clicks, then releases.
I already told you about Brilliant Obscure Anonimo, but I left out something important. Something very few know outside the ministries of the Illuminated Empire. You see, our clever hero realized that if he were to actually build the final society, he would first need to defeat the 3 fears.
The 3 fears? Which
Lo
one?
incognito of unknowing. He conquered through technoscience that extended humanity's dominion over material reality. El otro, the other. He conquered through all-powerful techno-statecraft that united and purified the people through overwhelming violence. Very good, the people said. More, more. By now, Anonimo was growing very, very old. That only left la muerte, death itself, the greatest fear of all. And Anonimo realized he
mulai
wouldn't
paham.
conquer it before it conquered him. So he was forced to get creative.
Imprint itu tadi ya. Jadi pemimpin itu kesadarannya terus sampai akhir. Si Reyes terus.
The Emperor's minions found a boy from Anonymous' same small village even. And they set about trying to imprint our hero's consciousness onto this fresh lad's developing psyche. These were early techno days. Days of physical and mental tortures, sleep deprivation, anything to shush the boy's own inner voice and replace it with Anonymous. Our boy fucked himself out a window. So the minions barred the windows and got another boy. That one hanged himself, and so on, until one day, a monotheist mystic from Myrcia introduced Anonimo to the principles of guided dreaming.
The motif of dream instruction recurs periodically throughout Mercy in history and culture, most recently as a weight loss fad.
Soon the Empire was secretly raising dozens of boys according to a strict regimen drawn from the recollections of Anonymous diaries. By night, his theories and essays were gently massaged into their dreams like raw dough. Most of them failed too, but not all. When Great Anonimo finally shit his enormous bed, he led 3 imprints that he acknowledged as possible facsimiles of himself. But they would not see the end of history either, even as a new generation of minds were imprinted from them, and so on and so on.
As you take in his words, it dawns on you that he's led you all the way to the precipice of a great realization.
Yes, not only Facundo. The entire ruling caste of the Illuminated Empire is a single decaying mind in violent conflict with itself.
A wariness in his voice. Even now, he thinks the weeping eye may have
Oke,
ears as
jadi
well.
rencananya tuh diimprint ya. Dan ini prakteknya udah dilakukan di halus. Rencananya di portofolionya akan di ini juga sama.
Ever more refined dream guidance techniques, MRI machines, and dissociative anesthetics can't avert this basic fact. With each generation, Anonymous resembles himself less and less. You can imagine the promise. Less degradation and deviation without the human cost of the old methods. A truly techno solution to the third fear, our best chance to produce the final subject. No. The burning horizon recedes further into the distance.
He seems to think about this for some time.
I'm not sure. All I know is I don't see the radiant techno-future when I close my eyes. A small village along the coast. A beautiful woman playing the bandoneon. Abundant fish hauled from the water by skirted men and grilled over coals right on the beach. Their flavor enhanced with nothing but black bits of their own carbonized flesh and a squeeze of lemon. Even if I never make it, death en route sounds vastly better than waiting for our mutual antagonists to bash Facundo's itinerary from my brains. Nice try, Herschel. But no, I like my secrets where they are. If you want me to share, you've got to get me out. An interesting question for one who's fleeing the light for the shadows. Has your time here got you techno-curious? Of course. I'll give it to you in a discreet, unmarked bag. No one will ever know what thoughts you've been entertaining when they're not looking. A long, long time ago, there was a clever man whose name has been scraped from the Universal Registry. That's why everyone calls him Anonymous.
Jadi memang
A name
orang
you
itu sengaja
recognize from your political theory training. A
dihapuskan gitu ya
quasi-mythical
biar bisa
figure, the
ditaruh
first man
imprint.
to describe the ideology now known as techno-fascism, dead 150 years before the invention of the computer chip.
Now, our hero came to understand that history as we knew it was coming to an end. He could not say when or why, but he foresaw it before anybody else. This clever man advised the Emperor that the end of history will require a final subject, one that could only be fashioned by a final society.
Somewhere, the sound of a bell muffled by a dishcloth.
As a species, we discovered mass politics before we properly developed mass culture. In retrospect, this was a known goal.
The party sympathizes. The problem with the working class is that they are insufferable.
The result was centuries of industrialized slaughter and delirious revolutions. Your sclerotic party, naturally, has its own view on the matter. Anonymous Tragedy was writing a letter to the world with a future postmark. He died never having received its reply. But today, the postman stands at the doorstep. That's a very good question, isn't it? Perhaps the question. In Anonymous' day, mankind lacked the techno means to achieve a truly mass culture. Impossible to argue that now. All the same, our social and political relations remain trapped in a prior epoch. The fissure widens day by day. It's going to be oh so great. Here, the last vestiges of the individual dissolve in a suspension of horrible wonders. They say history is the only true consciousness, a great pulsating body of humanity longing on a mass scale. Divorced from that, it's nothing but a dim bulb flickering in a water closet. Discreet, pointless, smelling vaguely of urine. Don't misunderstand. There's no restarting history. Anonymous saw that coming more than a century before Latour Wolgar. What's necessary is to fashion a new consciousness, the final subject, who can act on history directly. The final subject will be a man wearing God's face or God wearing man's. The subject sculpts the mask.
An operant of the cosmic plane.
All over the world, millions are getting down with the reality about the tragic state of human affairs. Of course, you can't just lead with suicide and the philosophy of history. That's what the electropop is for.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone.
Delirium, fatigue, anxiety. Sulit iki. Sulit. Dadar.
You pick up the payphone's handset. The dolphin doesn't poke back, but it might You step away.
Tetap gak bisa gak sih? Harus long semua.
Back again, are we? This is much better.
Oh, much better.
Your eyes are far less sunken. Your skin has it. Consider the discount yours.
He circles.
Is this a... You look great. This is what's there for you.
Statehood.
Well then. Of course you...
Ini celana kan.
Back again, are we? This is what's there for you. The side seams are offset. Well then. Of course you would.
You pick up the payphone's hand. You step away. You pick up. You step away. The machine is... You're in the clear. You repeat the same procedure. The refreshment.
Loneliest.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate.
How do you mean? Aha!
Masturbate into a phone line is about where you fall.
Oh, who's the bigger pervert? Now that is goodbye.
Terus kemana lagi?
Hello again. I tried to, but I couldn't finish it, which is always a sign. I aspire to finish every book I pick up. The writer clearly lacked intention and seemed incapable of inserting surface-level sense into his prose, let alone subterranean meanings worthy of excavation.
Or those meanings were embedded so deep that she failed to dig them out.
Yes, I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm also not one to discourage people from reading, even if what they read is drivel. Still, you may find something in it that I didn't. It's happened before. Goodbye.
You're back. And you... Yeah?
She recorded Glass Meadow when she had a 39-degree fever. Her favorite month is Tritos. She's allergic to strawberries.
I know her real name.
No, you don't. Stop telling people that. That's a theory, not a fact.
Violetta doesn't want anyone to know. She took a vow. She abandoned her old name when she dedicated her soul to music. It's not like that. It came to me when I was listening to El Lugar Donde Nací, right after the second verse, when the mellotron beat kicks in. I just heard her telling me.
That is so moronic. You did not.
It would be wrong.
What did I tell you about your lying whore mouth? Shut it.
Yeah?
We are both Moonglow.
Equally Moonglow. What?
No, she does not. She knows us. She knows how we feel. She feels it too.
Why wouldn't she like it? We practically are her. She's our friend.
She's our friend. Her music knows us. She wouldn't know us like that otherwise. You're just wrong.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. And I heard the 91 recording of Stardust, the concert where the whole crowd cried so hard they vomited.
I hear the ground over there still smells like stomach acid to this day. What? You want to talk about the weather? Ugh. You need it. You deserve it. Look at your hair.
She's harsh, but if she weren't a little horrible to you...
Sure.
Oh iya, nyari material buat senjata sih. Aku inget.
The stool remains. You turn away.
Cuma satu yang koordinator ya.
The world is yours, and if anyone... You're back again.
The GM gives you the...
senjata terus ke Pac-Man.
You have returned for trade. Foolish question. Screams cannot be traded.
TV-ne morap dewe.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Disappoint.
You return the monkey bed.
Farewell.
Masa arek sing sepatu rodaan skateboardan iki intel
He
kabeh.
lowers his head. You step back to the... Their pelts are damp and shut. You turn back.
She's going to...
On the TV. Dangerous, mythical. Shh. Suddenly, the show's art.
Ecstatic Wolf is awake.
Yang
LED
serigala
lights
itu
are
kan.
distributed evenly along the blade.
It's from the best show ever. 66 Wolves. It's about a girl who has 66 chambers in her heart. And the wolves have sick weapons and really cool attacks. No, it's one of the real ones. He means it's not from the bazaar, but...
Aren't they going on trips to Lalouse? Must be a hive.
Everyone loves it. Some of the grown-ups like it, even though it's a cartoon.
Notice that the broadcast troubling, especially if Lusian cultural exports are what they primarily consume.
Don't tell that to the music man. He hates it.
Following the kid's line of sight, you land on Petre, who stands.
Well, maybe he should... He says he won't sell the music discs because it would poison our brain with sonic excrements. But then why does he sell the Wait, I remembered those.
Neither sounds terribly enticing.
Death to puppets. With the television, it's just on most times. Sometimes the image gets fuzzy, or the image is all blue. But it doesn't happen much now. It used to be way worse.
Sa episode, kaya makan video.
Ya akhirnya wes.
Aku mesti upload episode. Aku podo be ayam.
Iya, aku udah be ayam ada di episode 5.
Buyar-buyar.
Jadi kan anjut no wes.
Kita itu episode berapa?
Yellowstone. Sebenarnya terbis.
Jangan gue mlebu. Wis gak episode mana tanpa lho semua tahu.
Pasti gue kalau bahasa sehariannya lebih. Sehari mesti mau tanggung.
Kita episode 5.
Kok gak wingi-wingi mbok setel.
Sampai gini. Lo kan aku.
Aku mau
Ya kok bener.
buat tadi
Sing pigi ku.
sama pintas sing itu kan ono kayak koring ini. Jadi sekretarisnya Jimmy. Ini tidak ada bed.
Terluka.
Itu bapak itu.
对，我去捞吃面呢。
Jimmy.
Jimmy Daddy. Dia macam kaki.
Jimmy ngomongnya. Jimmy lagi.
Ayo Jimmy. Coba Jimmy.
Ambil. No. Del copy machine. Slowly. Ini lah besok kok begini. Nggak kondo deh. Kondo sini yang nunggu jalan di sini sampai sih. Ada lihat di sini yang share. Ayo. Udah baca lagi. Iya. Iya, itu. Ibu. Apa? Ujian ini apa ya? Kan ya ujian.
Jadi apa mbak ya sih?
Nanti orang nopo nanti nang ngeresting. Apa kesampean?
Aku aja terus tak balik terus ya dilut ya, mek dilut tadi.
Bisa menana kok kambing balik.
Lagi buat enteng wis gak digawak wis semut iki. Lakonmu.
Ya, Bu.
Ya sampe pisan aja.
Itu kan balik apa balik langsung?
Nek ndi?
Oh, Bu. Buri ya.
Aku jajan ayam.
Bingung nih kalau gitu.
Ganti iki ya. Sing ganti wedok iki ya. Ya ben ya Jimmy ya. Satu 81 kok.
Tapi pemain basket. Kata iki.
Kepres ono tapur bingung kuwi. Ah, wes menang deh.
Ada sana? Ini.
Cari lu.
Tak ikut sifatnya cepet atau enggak?
Baik buka sampai tadi dulu biasanya kayak delok
Sama ndak aku bohongi suwe anjene. Sama dhewe wis gak ono nanggungan.
Ini. Apa ya? Apa ya aku ya? Wis kan. Oke, siap. Habis.
Tuh, sing layan kok Nelson ini. Kok harus mana? Dari Wan. Tinggi ya. Itu mau ngisi. Kamu sandaran ya. Iya, lagi udah sama ini loh. Yellowstone. Oke.
Pani geger. Nestorisme. I'm back.
The Lusians must be getting better at bypassing the blockage.
It's the place where they make all the cool stuff. It's not like here. I bet they even have flying tuk-tuks.
Ridiculous. These wobbling open chassis abominations can barely function on solid ground.
And also we have cousins over there.
Some Portoferans refer to Lusians as strange cousins, a nod to this island's colonial past.
No, we were born here. And Mom is from Ansong.
Certainly not part of Leluz. It's a wealthy state in the developed world, known for its bogs and poets.
I asked Mom if our cousins could come over one day, and she said it's hard because Leluz is so far.
A mere 4-hour flight, but there are no commercial flights between Portofero and the Illuminated Empire.
But we barely told you anything. We can tell you everything about 66 wolves. So, you can ask. We know everything. The angel Canopus cursed her before she was even born, because of her mom. It was vengeance. No. Now she serves Canopus in her war against the other angels. There's Deneb, Polaris, Razzlehog. Razzlehog is gay. He's the gay angel. Shut up. I like him. And that's not how angels work. They all have their own powers. It's easy. You just have to memorize their names. I did. Zealous wolf, tyrant wolf, raging wolf, reviled wolf, stoic wolf,
fanboy sekali ini anaknya.
wolf, yearning wolf, sensitive wolf, hysteric wolf, ecstatic wolf, passion wolf, tender wolf, sorrow wolf, insecure wolf, grateful wolf, seething wolf, psycho wolf, gentle wolf, numb wolf, bitter wolf, lustful wolf, loathing wolf, modest wolf, sanguine wolf, grieving wolf, ultima wolf, greedy wolf, guilty wolf, dream wolf, dyspeptic wolf, weary wolf, wrath wolf, cunning wolf, trickster wolf, placid wolf, eager wolf, nostalgic wolf, red wolf, jealous wolf, venturous wolf, stubborn wolf, obsessive wolf, hasty wolf, forlorn wolf, mournful wolf, vain wolf, reverent wolf, wicked wolf, shy wolf, jubilant wolf, clement wolf, sycophant wolf, furtive wolf, conformist wolf, serene wolf, critical wolf, vindictive wolf, and unyielding wolf.
He's missing a few.
It's only 59 if I recall.
Only because some of the wolves haven't awakened yet. So we don't know their names. They're probably super powerful.
And yet he claimed to know them all, did he not? Skirting the line between truth and deception. If anything, the boy should be commended.
Karbit lu, masa yang tahun cuma 59.
My mom said it's that way on purpose, so people keep watching. You should watch the show.
Repository updated. All listed wolves have been memorized. Surely the people around you will love nothing more than to hear about your latest obsession.
Do you have other wolf questions? Zealous wolf. He destroyed the
Yo.
moon with his gun hammer.
Bulan hancur loh ya.
His gun hammer was forged by the
Gun
elder
hammer.
wolves. He also blew up an ocean, but they only showed that once because of the seizures. Yeah, he did it to get back at Polaris. That's his mom.
So angels can give birth to wolves.
Zealous wolf is only part wolf. That's why he has wings. Polaris forced him to join her order of dark seraphims. She's too strong to fight. So Zealous wolf tricked her instead. You can't be an angel if you do a stellar sin. So, whoosh. No way. He just wanted to be free. Grieving wolf. When she plays her heart, even the angels cry. She also ate Nabia's sister while they were all locked inside Nabia's heart. Not just her sister. All the people she loves are trapped in there forever. That's how Canopus's curse works. Ultima Wolf. But Ultima Wolf only appears when times are most dire. They tried that once. It went bad. Ultima Wolf got angry and sad.
Oh,
Started fighting
nah
everybody
yang
for
nggak
no
stabil
reason.
mentalnya, jadi cuma dikeluarkan kalau ada keadaan bahaya. Si Ultima Wolf. Makes sense.
There are so many more wolves. Not really. They only come out when she gets in trouble. Or when they get hungry. If she doesn't feed them, they try to devour her heart.
The phantom weight presses on your chest as you picture this girl, waking up each day to a world of wolves and monstrous angels.
All the time. That's the point. No. Then her heart would be empty. And the story would be over. Mom says it's good we spend time outside. You can ask us about whatever. No, remember what Mom said. Okay, you can ask some stuff because there's people around, and I can scream real loud.
Okay, okay.
Since you
Sounds
interacted with
reasonable,
children,
kid.
so a reminder: be nice, be normal. The girl's instincts are commendable. The boy's a disaster in waiting.
I don't know what that means. It better not be bad. I don't trust you. What are your questions? Mom's at home. We live on a boat. Really? Maybe we know him. What does he look like? Sounds like how Mom smells sometimes. But no, we don't know him. Antonio's school doesn't open anymore. He's so lucky. I wish ours was like that. Don't say that. Mom said we might go to the one in the sunset, but she doesn't seem sure.
A bourgeois district in the northern parts of Portofino. You picture a woman going over her expenses, over and over, hoping to make the numbers fit.
Since 2 years. I remember, because I helped Arla with the alphabet. Shut up. I knew the letters already.
Ini Arlo.
But it was only one day a week at first. And then our teacher said she had to help other schools. So now it's like this.
An eternal underclass is being manufactured before your very eyes.
No, we do loads of stuff. Like watch TV. Sometimes I go to the canal with Antonio and the others. We have homework. I make sure he does his. But it's not the same. Like how Cunning Wolf did it. He started the Moonlit Brigade and went to liberate the Hallowed districts. We have knives at home. Just need to aim for the stomach. That's a stupid idea. Can we talk about something not stupid now? Why aren't you at work? That's not a job. And there's no school today. Or tomorrow. No, not good. I hate it. But that's how they do it now.
2 minggu sekolah, 2 minggu libur.
Then 2 weeks of nothing.
Portofiero's rampant privatization has hit its public infrastructures too.
Antonio's mom said it's because foreign politicians. He's my friend. He lives on another houseboat. No school for 2 more weeks. Yay. No, we have homework. I make sure he does his. But it's not. What's that? That does sound pretty good, I guess. That's a stupid idea. Can we talk about something not stupid now?
Alright.
Okay. Whoa, I've never seen one up close. You're lucky.
Historically, you're closer to the opposite.
It's so not. Those are the rarest cups in the world. '66. You know, like the wolves. If you're a wolf fan, you do. We've only seen the ones from the Redemption Arc. That's one of them. The Redemption Arc has 6 cups. There's Tyrant Wolf, Placid Wolf, Dream Wolf, Critical Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, and Eager Wolf.
Eager, Placid, Critical. Berarti kurang Stubborn, Tyrant, Placid. Stubborn, Dream, Critical ya. Critical udah. Nanti Tyrant, Stubborn, Dream.
Special. What do you mean? You can drink from them. There's a straw. And they look like wolves. Alright. So, what now? My sword? But it's my sword. I need it.
A child stands no chance against your training. Let's be logical. Whoever needs it more, you obviously should have it.
How long? I have a watch. It has a calculator on it too.
Our watch is 5 minutes slow. Her tech has failed her.
Our aunt got it for him for his birthday. He can't just give it to you. If you want it, then it has to be fair. With honor. That's just mean. You don't deserve nice things. Especially that sword.
Yes!
It's simple. Tell them your story.
Ultra
but tell it
Shadow
in a
Wolf.
language they can believe in.
We know all the wolves. That's not one of them. What's the curse? Wow. So how can she get rid of the curse? A weapon to break the curse.
Slowly, with great care, the boy lifts up his sword and hands it to you.
The shadow's grateful.
I hope it helps.
The children ignore you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, kids. Aircraft pistol.
The Reno-Tel technician.
Ah, you're back. You can go in and out as you please now. I disabled the locking mechanism so this ball can be retired now. Glad it's gone to a good home. How did you get on with the art of it?
Something's up. This is a distraction.
Is it that obvious? Well, I've decided to quit my job. I've thought about it, and I've decided that I'll try to get back into electrical engineering. I don't care if it kills me. I can't live like this any longer. Suffering vertigo, shying from tunnels, looking for things I can't find.
The ex-technician shows no sign of hearing you. He doesn't even look back. The fire door is closed, but no longer blocks entry. The door sits.
Buat bola, buat apa bola? Coordination. Okay, let's go. Apa-apa sih diupload dulu ya?
You return to the workbench. You pick up the half-finished thing you created. Glued springs, makeshift stock, and a mold waiting to be filled. Which luxury article do you wish to uncreate?
Duh, kok nggak ada pedangnya? Plastik kan?
You back away from the bench.
Lah. Save dulu sih. Oh iya, Pak Tua, aku sudah nemu loh secret passnya.
I never tire of it. We know, Sugar. We were watching you there. How was it? Seeing stars already?
Maybe professional, maybe it just comes naturally to her.
Until next...
If I said I wanted you to touch me, where would you do it? Would it hurt?
Pre-orgasmic tremors jiggled the padded shoulders of his jacket.
Didn't I tell you to?
Immediate terror. Real, unfeigned, unkinky terror.
But how did you put it back together? Matsumoto is trying to destroy me. Give it. No. Get it out of here. No, wait. I don't owe you answers. You're a food token collector. A lumpen probe.
He wrenches himself away from you and pushes the receiver against his ear.
This is all Matsumoto. He's been plotting to undermine me for years.
It takes all his strength to negate what the model train is doing to him, but it has already had its effect. Pliancy increased tenfold. He leans away from you, resting his forehead against the metal shell.
This is a private phone call. I saw her talking to the old pilots earlier. Do I want her to watch? Oh, maybe, in theory, but you should see the way she's dressed. She looks like an encyclopedia entry for low net worth. If you insist, be quick. If the legends are true, the man was an absolute force of nature. A debaser of national currencies, a scourge of public investments. Now Matsumoto can't even hold his ground against a quart of Wisnia. And yet they expected him to face down the Lucian Empire? She was asking about Matsumoto. No, I wouldn't want to. Wait, all three of us? If you insist. Good. The insidious gap is far more enthralling.
With a jolt and a sharp glance.
I asked you politely once. Tell me that kind of language is unacceptable.
There, the little mental tickle. That's your brain telling you you're close to something important.
Allah! Allah!
No. Your approach is laughably unbalanced.
Help! Oh, you'd like to make a call?
Hatred, contempt, but also attention.
Nothing. I just able... Now, where were we? Didn't I...
Immediate terror.
But... It was right there, on an eye-level shelf. Give it. No. Get it out of here. No, wait. If Reno finds out I had anything to do with this... I don't know.
He wrenches himself away.
This is all Matsumoto.
It takes all his strength to negate warily.
Bisa ternyata ini plastiknya buat pistol. Ke Batman dulu apa ke ini? Ini
We need to act now. I'm talking about ritual sacrifices, an astrological shrimp cult, a sinister confluence of techno-communist capitalistic forces gathering right now here in our own city-state.
Surrounded by cameras, the man with a bag on his head waves vigorously towards the board next to him. Overheated gestures to match his rhetoric.
And now, we've captured one of reality's overfluoridated toads and brought them here to face you, live. Miss Wilk, if you please.
No way. You are not here. This is not happening.
Do not fear and do not resist. You're an enemy combatant, but you're also under my protection. On the contrary, you're one of our most popular guests. It's an honor to have you back.
Popular guest strikes you a few moments late that you really shouldn't be showing your face on live television.
Please, disregard your inane neurochatter. You're already here. Let's begin.
Hold on. How did he?
Let's not pretend this is a friendly interview. You've come to seize the metaphysical superweapon we expropriated from you. Fortunately, unscripted conflict makes for excellent television. And now, Miss Wilk, you're on the reality situation. The basic facts of the story have been well established. Year 0. Some highly credentialed necrogoblin pulls a pin loose, and the whole fabric of reality comes apart. They've been trying to put it back together ever since. You clap along like a trained monkey, but you understand nothing.
Tell me.
He extracts a handful of pills from one of his comically oversized pockets, then stuffs them through the bottom of his bag.
The trouble began as it often does with the signature. First, they burned our calendars. They promised. Now it's the year 96, and these sentient boat shoes are changing how the clocks work, as you well know. Yes, they all love to cry and fondle one another while they lament the awesome power they wield over us. Naturally, such power attracts little homunculi to lick the tears from their cheeks. For now, the best we can do is...
For a moment, the bagged man lowers his head, seemingly lost in thought. When he looks up again, his eyes take on a distant aspect. It's like he's not looking at you, but rather someone with your same name and face, standing in the exact same place.
To defeat the reality entirely would mean regression to a prehistorical consciousness, skulking around on four limbs and living in trees. The social sphere reduced to ritual grooming and a few ochre cave scratchings.
Untuk mengetahui diri kita yang sebenarnya, harus apa ya dalam situ? menjatuhkan yang lain gitu dah.
I'm saying without others, there is no self. I remain realistic about my circumstances. Reality will not dissolve as a result of my broadcasts, but I can make it wobble for a few hours every weekday.
I don't think we can make a peace with reality.
No, we must suffer over and over continually because the powers that be refuse to make peace with the situation they've created.
The bottle rattles like a child's toy as he shoves a handful of pills through his paper slot.
Perhaps now you begin to understand the significance of the metaphysical superweapon we expropriated from you. A meaningless question, since time itself is fake and bullshit. A better question is, why am I surrounded by enemies with terrible fangs, loose bowels, and limp dicks?
The gesture is meant to drive home how limp these dicks are.
Where to begin? The carabineros, the GMs, uniform wearers as a class, the patent office, my jealous rivals in alternative media, assorted professional pseudo-mammals who show up to work every day and on time. Also, the Association of Urologists. Let us not forget bankers, doctors, nurses, patients, librarians. Did I mention the carabineros? Simple. They're the most vicious enforcers of reality's monetary delusions. I personally refuse to participate in the fraud of fiat currency. As a result, I'm relentlessly persecuted simply for occupying space. Honest exchange is impossible when the medium is completely meaningless. The administrators of reality's lower echelons. They stopped reproducing viviparously decades ago, hence pseudo-mammalian. Via the fax machine, of course. No, I cannot deceive you. This is a brutal grinding campaign, even with the finely honed supplement stacks such as that found in my proprietary Ascension pack. To my great shame as a guerrilla media partisan, I have occasionally been forced to repeat certain actions. A successful military offensive has the structure of rhetoric. It introduces a thesis, elaborates upon it, until what first seemed a radical proposition now appears to simply be an obvious fact. Brute repetition may be effective in certain scenarios, but on its own, it rarely wins wars. I've witnessed many iterations of reality. The powers that be deem it dangerous. They are correct. A court-appointed goblin once said to me, "Bagman, you are too difficult. You make things needlessly hard for yourself." I said to that goblin, "No, it's reality that makes things needlessly hard." Thank you.
He pulls a large bottle of purple and blue capsules and holds it up.
Regular viewers are more than familiar with my Ascension pack, a proprietary supplement stack developed with rigorous research and absolutely heroic amounts of L-theanine, GABA, and B vitamins. Every purchase contributes directly to supporting our partisan media offensive. Available now, direct from the reality situation. That depends on the reality we're in. Sometimes we come to mutually beneficial trade. In others, your reality's hateful assassin, the one who brings down this entire partisan offensive. In a select few, you become my most trusted partisan, my lieutenant prophet. And in some, we never meet at all. Since you have nothing to trade, I can only deduce that we won't be making an exchange today. We'll see about that. Seeing as the metaphysical superweapon is already in my possession, I anticipate that one, or both of us, shall die. There will be no professionalism here. Only opposing forces colliding in the dark, as the powers that be never intended. In any case, you are just today's attempt. If you fail, they'll just send another and another, until one of you succeeds.
Your host regards you with a look that can only be called respectful hostility. The highest compliment he pays his guests.
If your attempts at mystery fail, they've always got more copies. Your data records all backed up in the mysterious satellite facility B. Like you in every way that matters, except that they haven't failed yet. So long as those copies exist, there is no true understanding between us. No matter what you say, you remain a dupe of reality. Think it over.
Holy fuck.
First off, let's dispel the pretenses. My loyal partisans are all too familiar with the ancient astrological ritual you're here to take part in. This is where the shambling, money-stuffed corpses who govern our reality kick back and ritually sacrifice one another before an effigy of a giant astral shrimp. And here's where the logic of your situation overtakes you. Your disruption has been written in from the beginning. Not only that, it's prepared to receive you with all 20 of its astral appendages. You think the bootleg bazaar is the real thing? They've got 3 more set up in aircraft hangars across Coulange and the Eastern Republics. That's where these filthy collaborants practice their scripts before being shipped here, to put on their performances day after day like a dirty traveling
Bootleg
circus.
bazar itu semuanya. Kaget.
The camera's red light blinks back.
Still not convinced? Have you noticed that there are always GMs telling you where you can and can't go? Look, viewers, another so-called critical thinker slurping down obvious propaganda. I let you in on a little secret. For a time, they considered replacing the GMs with genetically and surgically modified boars, intended to surveil and obstruct. Physically stronger than any GM, and less prone to alcoholism. The reality situation oppresses all life, animal, vegetable, and especially mineral.
Mineral aren't alive.
You illustrate my point exactly. But this is only the first layer of the illusion. Once your eyes are open, you can't stop seeing. Was I? By all appearances, you've stumbled into my fortress studio. Unless you were Guided here by information inaccessible to ordinary people. Would you even know the difference?
You've never been here. Everything you're experiencing is for the first time.
Don't tune out what your heart tells you. Ignore the chattering of your little nano voices. Their interests are not your own. Know about the choir of nanotransmitters implanted in your auditory cortex? Please, we've been over this many times. Finally, you're asking the important questions. But first, let's recap the journey of this extraordinary object for the people watching at home. As you know, this disc is a prototype for a powerful weapon, developed in secret by the Lusian Ministry of Mass Culture as part of their diabolical win condition.
Ya, terus kan mau dipakai ultravioleta. Ultravioletanya keburu
Because
hilang.
the Electro Starlet knew it was not a song she had created, but something that could shake
Nah, tapi
reality
si
to its
ultravioleta tahu
foundations.
kalau lagu disketnya itu bukan diisi lagu lagi, cuman sudah diisi dari frekuensi yang salah satunya ya menghancurkan pseudopod rekan
And
kita.
yet, somehow this prototype finds its way into the hands not of the weeping guy, but a high-level Amter operant. You think this is a coincidence?
Tapi alih-alih jatuh ke tangan Weeping Eye, disket dengan gelombang mematikan ini malah jatuh ke operan Amter. Berarti sebelum pseudopod itu operan Amter. Kok gak dijelasin sama yang lain nih?
See this, viewers? Reality's lapdogs don't even know the smell of their own collaborators. Must be all the cigarettes and alternative mating arrangements. Which brings us here. The next time the disc appears, it's in the possession of the so-called communists of the opera. Kindly explain this coincidence to the people at home.
He shivers with excitement to hear his theories confirmed so definitely.
You see this, viewers? We were right to struggle so hard and so long. And now, the superweapon is in our possession. With your help, of course. The format fetishist advice provided the final confirmation. Once we understood the principles of re-remanenting, it was only a matter of execution. Play it, of course. We're preparing for a full-scale audiovisual assault against the sentience of my viewers.
The television event of the year.
Together, we'll break out from reality once and for all.
Ya mati kabeh lo pendengarnya apa sih?
The husk is nothing to fear. It's simply what remains when the mind is liberated entirely. Take your would-be double, currently laying in bed on the ground floor of a photo shop, enjoying pure existence, unencumbered by fake bullshit.
Apa sih dapat itu? Oh, pinter sih.
After all you've seen, Miss Wilk, are you really prepared to say it's worse to be a vegetable than this? Our partisan offensive is reaching its crescendo. With our metaphysical superweapon, like your double, we'll soon achieve breakout.
This man has thousands of daily viewers.
Iya,
Innocent
anjir.
civilians,
Sakit nih orang.
children. A metaphysical superweapon could make the difference in your assignment. Better in your hands than his.
We'll meet again, sooner or later.
Statehood. Apa yang nambah statehood ini? Yang nambah statehood.
And what about our... Miss Wilk, welcome back to the reality situation.
He is infringing on your sovereignty.
Bisa rek 55. Bisa deh.
And what about our... Miss Wilk, welcome...
6. 6. Alah.
He is in...
And what about our... Miss Wilk, well... And what about our... Miss Wilk? And what about... Miss Wilk. And what about Miss Wilk? Well,
Satu ambil 4 loh ngawur ya.
and what about Miss Wilk? Welcome back. And what about
Uno ya
Miss
harusnya.
Wilk? Welcome back.
Lu nanggung rek, ada 1 loh.
And what about Miss Wilk?
Alah.
He is.
Belum.
And what about Miss Wilk? What? And what about Miss Wilk?
He is.
And what about Miss Wilk?
He is infringing on your sovereignty. Make him answer.
And what about Miss Wilk?
He is infringing on your sovereignty. Make him answer.
And what about Miss Wilk?
Oke, terakhir ya, bisa aja buru langsung.
And what about Miss Wilk?
He is in.
Lu angkat tekan di 1.
And what about Miss Wilk?
You decide what reality and its situation is.
I don't believe you. We've never been in this reality.
A brief moment that descends into eternity.
Take your disc, Miss Wilk. I hope you're proud of the depraved and stupid reality you've created. The time has come to relocate our base of operations.
A wave of stale body odor washes over you as he exits the studio.
Hello again, Herschel. What have you got? Okay, Herschel, sure. We can talk about the cat some more. All the time, Herschel. But it's a fallacy, I believe. I think humans require music to find equilibrium for their emotions. But as cats' emotions are always in balance, they have no need of it. That's a pretty full-spectrum question, Herschel. Finally, be back soon.
Oh iya. Cimo ini gak tahu ini.
Karena saja ini gak apa-apa.
BG mari aku budal BG.
BG apa itu, Bu?
BG yo makan siang 15.000 di Super Indo.
Ini.
Sempat gocek itu.
Lah kok gak gocek?
Lah iya.
Enggak apa-apa gocek lah 6.000. Iki banyu apa iki?
Mbok di sini kok. Bismillah wis pramuan. Kristalin wis.
Isi terus kisah impact
Saya ini lagi show.
Iya kan belum. Ya. Jam 10 pas.
10.
Oh man.
His half-hooded eye.
Goodbye.
The desk is as you turn from the... Bagman gestures wildly on the the sounds from the... A cosmonaut suit. 5,000. No wonder it's... If it is, you'll focus more. The fire door is closed. Nobody is paying it. Suspiciously non. They're just going about their days. You open the door and you open the Reno Town distribution, the artery, the text card. Ask it. 3 possible 1. Network should get you the list. The matrix of lines and... Reno Tel Diagnostics. Examining system. The dots on the monitor continue to blink. Unbothered. Seconds turn... After what system? The issue will persist. And goodbye.
Pertanyaanku yang jual plastik itu berarti siapa?
Oh, it's you. I'll answer if I can. Who? Yeah, or what takes your fancy? You need... Thanks first.
Good day.
Don't go away. Fine, biker.
Yes? Very good. Polaris, da port. Bazaar's closing.
Wait.
You return to the rack of price tags rustle beneath your fingers. The rack sags a little. You turn away from...
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it?
The vendor stares at you, his expression cycling through its full emotional spectrum in milliseconds. Confusion, then surprise, awe, fear, rage, disgust. Finally, it settles on a profound despair. He stares at the ground and lifts an open hand in front of his face. No more. No more of this.
What I did.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block. Geopolitical novelties, nestled between hairdresser music and gong use. You spot Superblock Baby toward the back.
I'd advise you to burn it. But the fumes from the Superblock quality plastics...
You turn your attention.
In and around.
You pick up the payphone's handset, a dolphin emblem. You step away.
Cepat iki.
You again. They're all bringing. Good. Bet you do. Is it? Shit.
Huh? Hmm.
You're back again.
The GM gives an assortment of cargo. Around you, dock workers move in predictable patterns. Your hands sink into their rhythm and find the carton's edge. You retract your hand, a single packet of Ouroboros Blacks clutched in top shelf tobacco. There's at least 500 sol worth of cigarettes in this crate. Ash on a black fur collar, piercing blue eyes through smoke, a laugh that could turn wicked. Ouroboros Black was Tempo's favourite brand. It's always with one latch to his bottom lip. A man overly concerned about mortality shouldn't have been smoking these cigarettes anyway. He knew they wouldn't be the thing to kill. You step away.
That is platonic, Hirsch. Now you're talking.
Batman.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. He lowers his head.
Salam. Oh. Oh ini. Ayo. Apa? Xin lỗi. Em muốn thêm một nữa.
Hello, again. I know a possible amount, medical concerns, indoor sports, anything that may trigger an asthmatic response. Why do you ask?
A subtle shift in his position. He's mold curious. Continue.
Fractal branching, yellow veining. Where did you collect this from?
Do not reveal the location of a fellow operant's safe house.
I hope they were doing renovations. This is Chimera Verde, a mold strain indigenous to Portofino, and a surprisingly stubborn survivor. Quite the find.
But this guy's a mold man, through and through.
Surprising.
Extermination. Chimera Verde is in a class of its own. It first emerged in the 40s. 10 years later, it was all over Portofino. Households, offices, schools. The authorities had to call for large-scale fumigation. Paid the price for being too good at what it does.
A century earlier, and it could have ruled the world.
Have to say, I'm not that surprised it stuck around. Clever little organism. Slime molds are protist, networked, reactive, and astonishingly good at pattern recognition. I was an intern at the hospital down in Agua Clara. Must have been 53 before the fumigation. Let's say there were stories. Biological attack, industrial compound parasite, the first Lusian cultural front. But what you won't find in the official literature is the reports of dreams.
Not in the official literature. Interesting. Take notes.
Dreams of speaking to the mold. Patients couldn't recall the words, just the impression of exchanges. Some said it gave instructions. Others said it's just listened. No, they were lucid. No fever, no delusions, vitals clean. Most of them didn't mention the dreams until asked.
He was the one holding the clipboard.
When enough people report the same pattern, you stop thinking in terms of coincidence and start thinking in terms of contact. As in, could there be neurological symptoms? To an extent, sure. Mental fog, sleep disruption, given time and proximity, the immune system would be worn down. I'd go for ozone therapy. No, but it is very promising. Of course, you have to be careful with the dosage. Ozone is oxidative. If something soft and slow is growing where it shouldn't, ozone will, well, get rid of it.
Terus buntu. Kan pedes. Iso. Lorone sampai nembus mburi jari mesti lek iki. Sakitnya bisa menembus ngene mesti lek iki.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
He turns away, unlocks a small cabinet and rummages through.
Kok Mbak
He
Silai
then
sampai
places a
bilang
large syringe and a
wis
sealed bag on the
iki mang
desk.
metu WA-ne hari ini
But if
ketemu
I
dokter
were to help,
penentuan bedah
I
dari
would
bedah.
recommend
Lek
this
bedahmu
low
lho kudu
concentration
poso
ozone.
operasi kan.
Intranasal.
Perlakuane kaya operasi nginep
10 seconds
suni.
in each nostril.
Lah lek sido, lah lek dadi guyon. Siji loro di ruang.
Potentially, I'd be very sure that is
Ya sak kamar ae.
Akhirnya Pak Asar
Sak ruangan.
cancel nih.
Otherwise, you'd just be corroding the sinuses, which you might anyway, to be blunt.
He turns and looks out of his houseboat window as you pocket the syringe.
Of course, do let me know how the hypothetical treatment goes. Just until next.
He's been going on about this.
Bro, remote.
Di situ, di lemari.
There's nothing to talk about. The gap exists far beyond your plane of comprehension. Best to stay at your own remuneration level, for your own health. It's fucking cold.
He twirls on the spot, further tangling himself in the phone cord that's become wrapped around his neck. Motions entirely devoid of grace, a complete lack of bodily control.
I won't be taking health advice from someone dressed like whatever you're dressed as. You wouldn't believe these locals. The woman from the discount bin thinks she can comprehend the gap.
Maybe time to make a visit to the party alley Taylor. He turns his back to you, definitively. The way forward is obvious. Duchess surely knows what this gap is all about. A natural time to inquire discreetly about this ominous gap. Warily.
Pemuja.
Istrinya pindah ke rumah mendiam mainannya. Tapi akan
cosmonaut suit. 5,000. No wonder it's still. Your focus. You step back. Soft animals. You turn back to the bazaar.
No. Ikut tak berarti situ tak betul.
Why are you asking me? You went in there, didn't you? I know I wouldn't have gone there. I was asked to keep an eye on it not long ago. You know, just in case.
The Azuri smelled something was off about it then.
I'm glad you do, and I appreciate it. With pleasure. All right, I'll be seeing you.
Looks like the shrimp in...
I guess. The man and the young girl grimace at a barge that appears to be jammed between the canal walls.
Not sure. It seems to be stuck in the waterlock. Maybe it's broken again. We came here to do yeah.
Apa judulnya, Bu?
Sì, di giorni poi si conclude.
The container, the layers. This bin isn't. This calls for the layer. This bin isn't. This calls the rubbish can. The control panel glow. Bagman gesture.
I know about.
A mishmash of
Find out what I...
the sounds from the. The pipe twists. They are just the grinning man.
You're back. And you still look like that.
Sure. An old marks to be revered from seeing. You sit, and the through it a shadow text is threaded, one which may rise to legibility. Subtracting the numerical value of each letter of the keyword, N becomes I, M becomes T, L becomes I. The key slides in, the tumblers are lifted up and fall back into place. The letters give themselves up one by one, a series of little surrenders. It induced a pleasant torpor in him to watch the hose stiffen as his blood filled it, raising itself like the hackles on a frightened animal. Suddenly, however, he detected a sensation at first unexpected, then terrifying, counterflow. A portion of his blood was swimming upstream, a swarm of red-black clotted eels trying desperately to remain inside of him.
Buku dari Hekato.
The answer is in the book. The text was only part of the cipher, the meta layer. It induced a pleasant talk, eerily familiar now. The title unfurls in jagged crimson letters, Blood Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra. The words jar a memory, Holocene engrossed within its pages, maybe the only time he was oblivious to the world.
Science fiction as a genre is utterly misunderstood by the majority, Cascade. It often contains the only ideas worth ideating.
You recall a well-worn paperback copy undergoing torturous planar transformations as Holocene paced back and forth, wringing it like a rag, as if it was holding out on its final secret. A geometrically precise triangle was folded over on page 528, a couple of chapters from the end. He hoped so too. Lastra was aiming big and bloody with this one. The book is 563 pages long, not including Lastra's notoriously indulgent appendix.
Cascade, stop. Don't overthink this. I'm not. This is just a real-time memory dissociation, conjured from the fringes of cipher-induced mania.
A likely story. More likely, he's viewing you right now.
You don't have to read the book. You just have to read the cipher. And that very particular chapter that the extract is from.
Of course. Reread the cipher, using the book as a new key.
Exactly. A cipher with soul. My kind of communique.
Smart. About what you'd expect from the Pride of the Remembrancer Division.
Also, Cascade, this is the easy part. Act accordingly.
291 characters divides into 3, so it's going to be something very simple. Something like...
Number, line number.
Yes, Cascade, exactly that. This cipher is now wearing baby shoes. Find the chapter in the novel that the passage of text is from. Then consider the letters in groups of 3, let's say, triads. For each triad, take each letter's numbered position in the alphabet. The first is the page number, the second is the line number, and the third is the letter number. An example. Let's use the last triad of the cipher, MBP.
Why is he starting at the end? M is the 13th letter of the alphabet, B the 2nd, P the 16th, 13, 2, 16.
Direct hit. Fuselage in tatters. You are now replete with the requisite mind tools. Time to give this cipher what for.
Put them both together. Your former double's carefully placed torches will catch a light. An ancient map to the catacombs of meaning. No response. Your memory conjuration has gone dark. All message conveyed. He has cut the psychic link and stopped remote viewing you. You look at the cipher and the book next to each other. One short and erratic, the other lengthy and considered. The maelstrom of black markings feels like home now, almost cozy. You skim the book and find the relevant chapter, which turns out to be a particularly bloody scene deep in the Act 5 climax. Then, taking the first letter to be a page number, the second to be a line number, and the third to be a letter number, you begin. The first letter is I. The second letter is B.
Petra.
Oh no.
I pray.
Don't think yet. Just solve.
I betrayed crew. Miho. Oh my god. Balasin anjir ini. Miho compromised from within direct but until extraction. I'm sorry.
I betrayed crew. Miho compromised from within. Director, Malafide until extraction. Beware, small controller. I'm sorry. So he claims. Also the cipher claims. It reads more like a whisper. It must be an important part of the message, to him at least. There is one other form of communication that traditionally ends in apology, a suicide note. You read the words again, then, but definitely more ominous. It can only be a fear of interception. One person is usually all it takes. A single cell of terminal intent. Your eye catches again on the middle sentence. Director Malafide until extraction. Malafide, bad faith. Standard espionage parlance for contaminated, compromised, or treacherous. Decidedly unstandard espionage parlance. Unknown for now. Something to beware. The silo awaits. Your former double has some wild ideas he's about to hatch.
Hilang.
Hello, Ito.
Bye.
Yuk, pakai itu. Oh, tar Bu. Pusing pemujaan, Bang. Don't do this to me. Holy shit. Come on, man.
The mold's tendril, slight, educated mold. Not really. Nothing observable. Quiet calculate. You turn away.
Itu masih hidup anjir.
Cascade, stop. Before you utter a word, be aware that anything you say in my presence, anything I hear, should be considered pre-intercepted by the small controller.
Melayu.
That explains communicating through cipher.
Ya cek nostalgia pas kemarin.
The boundaries of explanation.
I see you are well acquainted with this treacherous cranial entity that directs my movements, words, and thoughts.
Oh no. Oh no.
Commendable spirit, Cascade. The instructions are on the table. Do not read them aloud.
No irony here. No dress rehearsal either.
No mere hypothesis. I wouldn't entomb myself in a silo on the basis of a hypothesis, Cascade. A dark night stained with fog.
Pagi-pagi.
Even the
Anak
whispers
pokok, martai ya, Pak.
I'm at an opposite number from the weeping eye.
Tak, iki gak apa-apa, Bu. Sing dibelanjakno iku lho.
The iron artery that was intended to link Portofino with Lelou's until the collapse of the
Iya,
old
wis
Luzon
cepet-cepet lagi.
Empire in Year Zero.
I gave him names, cryptonyms, defining features, professions, everything. Before he left, he asked me why I was doing this. I had no answer then, Cascade, but I have one now. This soon-to-be ejected motherfucker clamped to my brain joystick.
None of that sounded real. It was a scene from fiction, from an espionage novel.
Gak iso milih supermarket ngono, Bu. Gak iso, Bu. Nah iya. Aku iso milih supermarket ngono. Superindo logo masa. Loh, kan MBG ya apa sih?
Flashes of Holocene's red folder. Monstrous intelligence.
Taplak na ko.
Hallucinatory logical
Taplak na di
construction.
ko.
Now he's got you thinking like the rest of them, Cascade. Everything is a fiction. It rose like a necro-parasite from the twitching corpse of history. I was a sock puppet traitor. I betrayed us all. And if not me, then who?
As with any espionage catastrophe, there is no true answer. Or there are 100 answers. That's what's killing him. The unknowing.
We did not. I have worked through every possible permutation and reached the only sane, yet gothically cruel conclusion. It was me. Identification, then extraction. This is a direct order from Miho. Please.
Upon the reflective surface of the table lie a sketchpad, a pen, a strange container, and a crank drill. A regular pen, thick-nibbed and loaded with red ink. Marked with the words Entity Containment Vessel. It looks vaguely space-related. Designed to be taken into the far reaches by cosmonauts. Any alien life matter can be sealed inside and brought home. The world has contained him for you. The crank wheel features a worn logo, now illegible. Rust blossoms in tiny patches along the drill bit. On the first page, scribbled in hurried handwriting, you find the instructions. The mere sight of Holocene's handwriting incurs a shiver of post-code breaking trauma. A bare 14 words, small controller inside, locate via remote viewing, then extract, through dimensionality to analysis. The traitor within. The phoneless handler. As in the testimonial you found in his room, Holocene wants you to locate something which you cannot see. Draw that which you cannot see. Fall in with his own systems. Bridle his hypertrophied imagination. The outcome will be the same. Whether this will redeem you, however, is another matter entirely. The sketchpad ripples, despite there being no wind at all down here. The dark interior of your former double skull awaits.
Cascade, please. You of all people should know better than to trust the words of professional textbook consulters.
A silence, in which he avoids your eyes.
To be clear, you have no obligation to go through with this. But if you don't help me, I will endeavor to do it myself. That's why I kept a hand free.
This game's getting played, even with a handicapped substitute.
That's not remotely the case, Cascade. But I am grateful for your assistance. Now, find him. Silence, Cascade. He may try to counter if he gleans the plan.
He nods furiously at you. You are deep in it this time. So deep you can almost touch Dream. The soundlessness of the silo.
The instructions, Cascade.
Upon the reflective surface of the table lie a sketchpad.
Cok center lah.
Upon the reflective surface, irregular, marked with the word, designed to be taken into the farm. The world is the crank on the first, the mere sight of a bare 14 word, the traitor, the phoneless, as in the testimonial you found in his room.
Wes sing kebakaran hutan nih
He
loh.
cannot see. Falling with his own systems, bridle his hypertrophied imagination. The outcome will be the same. If this is too much ambiguity for you, you're in the wrong silo. The sketchpad ripples, despite there being no wind at all down here. The dark interior of your former double skull awaits.
Itu. 5.
You close your eyes, then your judgment, then your imagination. One by one, each mental faculty goes dark, flicked off like a Friday night light switch. The pen moves beneath you as vague impressions parade across the main street of your mind.
Aktif ya.
And then your hand stops moving, almost of its own will. It is done.
I felt you gazing around the back rooms. What have you uncovered?
Your something looks a lot like a small animal. Oval alien eyes, long clinging fingers. You have drawn a tarsia. A crude impression of one at least. No, definitely a tarsia.
I knew it. Good job, Cascade.
A note of sadness in his voice.
That's the form he's currently taking. Maybe that's his true form, maybe he's mocking us. Either way, target acquired. Now, get the motherfucker out.
A movement so quick you don't even understand what's happening at first. Holocene arm whips and slams something into his neck.
Memorinya nggak ada yang dingin.
Syringe, free hand. His muscles slacken, his eyes roll wide. In his hand, a syringe of unknown anesthetic. Warning, train now approaching Omega Station. No return trips scheduled. From the implement table, the crank drill snickers at you. There, the left hemisphere of his head, the parietal bone, where the mass of dark hair meets the skin. You depress the syringe slowly over the course of 10 seconds, watching the unconscious patient's nostrils twitch involuntarily as they are invaded. As long as his brain doesn't run out of his nose, it's worked. To what degree it's worked, you won't know until he's conscious. A sluggish timelessness overtakes the silo basement as you wait, devoid of light changes or any other marker of time.
Cascade. Did you...
Yeah.
What I needed? The drill appears suspiciously blood-free. Mold. Interesting hypothesis. That's different, but it makes sense. Not one controller, many.
The disappointment he feels is unjustifiable even to himself, but you can read it in his eyes. He wanted to meet his nemesis head-on. He wanted it to have a face.
I'll confess it's not the outcome I'd envisioned, Cascade. I'll need a day or so. Miho thanks you for helping to root out the subversive elements in Rex. Be they controller or colony. Fogged mirror. We had fun there once.
Holding his gaze onto you, he retreats back into the sedative. Eventually, his eyes flutter closed and his head falls limp against his shoulder.
Dekat mulai. Masukin bisa ya.
He had a gun.
The city reconfigures itself around it.
How did you didn't get shot? That guy's after Yana, isn't he? Do you know who he is? Like you, right? Yo, if anyone asks me about this, what do I say? Yeah, sorry.
Marco's hands vanish into his pockets. He settles down.
Just pigeons, mainly.
Kita konfront ya guys.
Hirsch.
Jelas kamu tahu pasti sesuatu.
Nothing from Earth. That's the horror of it.
All time and place before you. Luminous. Sense and no sense. Cosmology of a dream you may have lived and may yet live again.
Words you've heard before, snatched from the cosmic void by an insane psychologist. Let her speak. See where she thinks the words stem from.
I didn't write those lyrics, but I did.
This girl was an antenna, a lightning rod.
Maybe it was both. As if I'd tune into some distant station. Shared dreams pass round from consciousness to consciousness, covered with invisible fingerprints. I imagined I was floating on the edge of a black hole, moments before falling through, and the stars were chanting at my back. I don't know. I could only get as far as the first moments of falling. Then I woke up.
It would feel something like this. Light folding in on itself, dragging time behind it, face first along the concrete of the cosmos. In front of you would be true dark, but if you only looked behind, you would be the last witness to the culmination of the universe, the spool running clear of the lie. The back of your own head. And for close to 1,000 years, to the awestruck below, you would be visible on the precipice as a slow-motion recording, a monument to the terror and the wonder too.
I thought it was all a little scary, to be honest. Beautiful though. I'm very sorry about your partner, Hirsch. Honestly, I never meant to hurt anyone, but I didn't really write that song. Something else did. What do you mean? Oh my god, how long ago? Oh, that's very disturbing. The creative process reached the stars? I was a medium for them. That's such a captivating thought.
Light blooms behind her pupils.
Words spoken across emptiness, finding their way to us. Maybe not even spoken. I guess it raises certain questions, but the questions are much more interesting than the answers. It doesn't scare me. You know, I never liked the idea of my lyrics being mine. That's not how I think of them. It's not even how I write them. But if the words are out there, just waiting for someone to hear. Maybe the universe is always singing, and once in a while, we get to join in. Is it really any worse than the alternative? That we're that small, that there's nothing out there at all. I just hope the stars can hear us sing back.
The peeling off-white ceiling is 2 feet above you. A hairline crack runs through it like a streak of black lightning. The pop star follows your gaze up. You both spend a quiet moment staring at the ceiling.
It's not mine as such. Please don't. Go ahead. No. Sure. This isn't. Okay. I think that's. Super Block Baby? No. I don't think I have. Sorry. Probably not. Sounds heretical. How does Super Block Baby go?
Sing in front of a mega talented pop star. Back up, Cascade. This is far beyond your training.
Cool. I'd like to hear it. No problem, Hersh.
Terus mari nyampe. Nyampe.
Sweet dreams, Hersh.
Ya kan dia memang kalau makan itu sediain ya produk saya streaming Bisi bento. Dia mana dapat si Jawa ini bisa ini ini ben jangan tepanai dari baterai apa bu? Jangan bisa lebih gede nyamping 13 tapi beribu duduk itu ya tetap Kevin kan itu hasil sehari itu dari
Is pakai wifi. Iku lo series.
Purple plastic shimmers as you're... Could it? Could it be? The brown plate. A ceremonial. She may fawn on it. Ward against the spell of the new. One of the obsession with... Some tools.
Many. I take flower on the precipice.
And Yana's.
Has a nice... Thank you, Yana. I like that one too. Well, unfortunately,
Hirsch, this collapse. Ignore the jealous teen. You brush your finger
Udah nggak ya?
in mid-lay. Hirsch, what are you doing? Hirsch, step away from V's keyboard and stop being a prick.
Hirsch, stop.
We're watching you do it. This isn't every... V, we might have to get... Play
Alah
any old
gagal.
shit and wrap this
Aku
up.
11 loh.
The discord... The smile of a girl.
Thank you for sharing.
Now step the fuck away from the...
Oh, nggak ada yang bisa dipakai kah? Sombong banget. Pistol lagi. Oh, can I get a pistol?
Ahead, the electric, the city, well...
Itu nggak bisa.
You return to the... You pick up... Which luxury article do you wish to uncreate? You back away.
Operant, a handsome man wearing very odd headphones left this for you. He said some very nice things about my shop, but nothing revealing, if that's what you mean. I didn't know that was your type of thing, Cascade. The little Lusian witch parade. Ultravioletta, the postcard. Oh, I'm sure a dashing man like that doesn't partake in those glittering halls. I'll be here if you...
Apa ini undangan?
Ultravioletta gazes out at you from the postcard, draped in a half-length cape and decked. A pair of pilot goggles hangs around her neck. She offers a V-shaped salute with her right hand. Expression unreadable, as if you caught her on the fringes of a dream. Sad people often become mired in prolonged gaze. Ultra's fly formation reads the electric text beneath her. It seems she wants you to join her fan club. On the back is a handwritten note to a fellow fan, fogged mirror, upstairs. He must be higher up in the organisation than you thought. Do not forget, this headphone man took a shot at you. Scores carved upon the headboard of your professional life. Either way, it appears transnational capital has come to the table. Will you take your seat across from him?
Sticky. What? Sticky. Fogged mirror upstairs.
Hello again. What'll it be? You seem to meet a lot of strange men here. Just saying. You're awfully popular. He's waiting in the lounge upstairs. You have choices. Suit yourself. Have you bar-backed before?
She rolls her eyes and turns.
See you.
Kurangin aku dulu.
For now, one occupied.
Hello there. I told you. I'm Duchess. My name is... Now let's fall in love. Oh, that's my girl.
She moans.
Tell me about yourself, darling. Tell me who you really are. That's right, darling. You have control of the map of the world. Change.
There's a sheen of vulgarity, but she changes character as quickly as a master operant in theatre. Impressive. In another world, perhaps. Another assignment. But not this one.
Still there, darling? I'm right here, waiting for you. Anything, darling. Let me inside your head. I'm here. Line's always open.
The wind whips.
It's right for us.
You step in. No react. Give it a rest for
Oh,
today.
nggak bisa.
You step away.
Oh iya sih, belum ganti aja sih.
Fine cold evening, Bucko.
The man doesn't alter his posture, but follows your movement with unblinking eyes. He's tense around the shoulders, twitchy at the edges.
Grubby little place, but it's got some color to it. Fair enough. Neither of us are here to discuss the city's social fabric. Are we sticking to the trade names or daring fate with the real ones?
Whatever you say, do not say Herschel.
Then what will it be? Kaleidoscope. Same styling. 2 secret treaties.
And doomed spies. You know this man is partial to a loaded gun. Given your last encounter, you should be in control of the bullets.
Of course. I presume the same of you.
Why aren't you armed again? This man has already used his weapon on you once.
Only ceramic projectiles allowed, if I've understood correctly. Don't worry, Cascade. I came to talk, not shoot.
That adds up. Last time he just shot and never spoke a word. He looks down at his right sleeve and smooths out a crease with a measured hand.
When it comes to cool jackets, I can't help myself. Unfortunate habit. This one is a singular piece. The inner lining comprises 88 distinct hues, styled after the wings of the Dream Eater Chrism butterfly.
By night, the Dream Eater Chrism drinks the tears of sleeping birds. By day, its brilliant ventral display wards off its natural predators.
Courtesy of an East Coast tailor. I was on assignment over there a couple of years ago. I had a personally significant dream one night, and when I woke up I saw 3 Dream Eater Chrisms perched at the headrest of my hotel bed. The next day, I commissioned a jacket. I wanted to make sure I never forgot that dream. I wear it every day. In style. They're anechoic. Custom job. I wouldn't think so. No. Yet, here you are. I understand you're on the market for second-hand goods. I'm interested in exotic imports. I was hoping we could explore a transaction.
That confirms it. He's after the pop star.
That political part is subjective, certainly from his vantage point. Here's my pitch. I will get any and all information you want out of the Lucian prisoner. In return, you give me any and all information about the whereabouts of Ultravioletta.
There it is. The moon.
Fan. Such a debasing word for high-level artistic appreciation. Unthinkable.
One postcard, no facts. The meeting place your home turf. Before you is an operant gone way off script.
Bukan deal sama enter ini. Ini deal dengan kaleidoscope langsung.
Well deduced. I come to you as a freelancer, a mere vassal of the Queen. I would like to return her home, Toulouse.
He's not playing with house money. He's got his own chips down.
Perverted? I'm afraid you've gravely misunderstood me. I detect a sliver of judgment. I've stated my terms. What say you, bucko? Glasses, double-breasted jacket, air of nervous dread about him. My apologies. I didn't expect it. Though I can't help but feel I did the Operant Bureau a favor. He's really dead?
Not some kind of bluff. Genuine.
Because I am, of course. The cold truth which you may not want to hear? Your friend told me he was a spy. Outright.
Almost tripped by your own shadow.
So I took him to be fair game. Inner circle, you know. One among the mirrors. I had the best guess, based on rumors I'd heard. A kind of soul-taking from the Tyrant Queen.
More than a trace of envy. Didn't Ultravioletta herself mention a missing recording engineer?
Yes, exactly. How did you know about him? I'm slowly learning that. It's very likely that Ultravioletta took everyone by surprise with this song, including her ardent supporters in the Ministry of Culture. World-changing, mind-diverging artistry. Aren't we lucky to be living in such times?
A light glows beneath the pale whites of his eyes.
Of course. I've wondered what it sounds like. Dreamed about it even. But so far, and yet, terror is the beginning of wonder. Not as such. I suspected it wouldn't be a relaxing listening experience, but I didn't know she could summon that kind of power. From some underground Lucian contacts, purveyors of rare collectibles. I believe only 8 or so of those promo discs were released into the wild before they cut the cord on it. I think these 2 I procured were intended for Luz's national station, Radio Radiant.
Gila untuk radio.
Radio Mutual Peace and Understanding, as it's colloquially known. Very ironically.
I also picked up a limited edition, Barefoot on the Glass Meadows. 93 tour poster during the same purchase, which I was extremely happy with. Late evening under the Ultravioletta advert to the north of Party Alley. He was gazing up as if he'd never seen anything like it before in his life. I'm in no way doing that. I'm not even sure this man was familiar with the concept of popular music, let alone its high priestess. He and I got to talking. I gave him a quick Ultravioletta primer. He seemed to be quite taken with her.
Taken all the way to the edge, then dashed upon the rocks of oblivion.
He initially informed me he was a sock importer with a superblock. Then he said he'd been pretending to be someone else all day, and that it hadn't gotten him anywhere at all. In reality, he told me he was a spy for the People's Republics.
It was too early
Sedih
for
apa
Pseudopod to be
tuh,
in theatre alone. The opera failed him.
Humans arrange themselves into self-defeating patterns. Nothing deeper than that, I think. Maybe on some level he sensed who I was. Your friend said he felt there was always some vital clue he missed, some secret sign that he was oblivious to. Like the world was turning away from him, person by person. Looked to me like he'd had a very long day indeed. So I gave him the red disc and told him to listen to it in darkness. On the stars if he could. Rain, for now. He said thank you, then he turned and walked away. So do I. Ultravioletta's new single. You, but from a dream. Go on. Then let me guess. She reached some kind creative apex and started communing with the primal voice of unknown origin. An angel, a star, a wrath of an unknowable god.
Did you forget? You're dealing with a mega fan here. He's so attuned to her creative wavelength, he's phasing out.
through dreams, I take it. This was always where her artistic direction was going. If you are devoted enough, you support an artist through anything, any change in direction, experimentations, even metaphysical ones. Stop claiming she didn't write it. Of course she did. If anything, the angels were channeling her. Pseudopod, I remember it. Was this his first time in theater? The mindless tyranny of hierarchy. No hard feelings, I hope. Well, that's professional recklessness. Spies aren't meant to be personal. The victors will be the ones who can best hollow themselves out. I shot at you. It was a warning shot. You didn't skills anything. I wasn't trying to hit you. That shot on you was also deserved. You were squirreling in my affairs. I'm not. Can we just put it behind us? Such things happen in theater. We both... The spy that barely... Fine by me. I have direct access to the Lucian prisoner in our secret jail. He tells us his name is Poor Dante, and that the poor part is very important. I will extract whatever information you want from him. In return, you tell me what your former asset has done with Ultravioletta and where she might be now. Clear, concise, uninflected. Don't you agree? As could you. So we could both lie and gain nothing. Or both tell the truth and gain everything. For what it's worth, I think this is a very favorable deal for you, Cascade.
It's not. More favorable would be a clean trade. The prisoner for the girl. Your asset has set the scene for you. All you need to do is play the role. No commit necessary at this point. String him along. Feel him out. There is little to lose.
She's the tyrant queen of your heart and mine. When she sings, all time and places unfold before you. Especially the ones that will never be. A cold whisper at your back. One that makes you scared to turn around. If you don't let her in, she'll storm the gates anyway. As tyrant queens are wont to do. Before that, we must look at L-pop as a phenomenon. Ultravioletta represents the perfect alignment of artistic voice and genre. L-pop is a world-engulfing astrocultural event that is nothing less than the dominant mode of popular expression in our age. A new constellation we eager Star Watchers are privileged to witness the birth of. People think it's cool to denigrate pop music. I think a form that moves tens of millions of people is the only form worth taking seriously.
The man's pale blue eyes have drifted somewhere beyond you.
I agree. The very bloodline. L-pop is the medium for true expression, the most enduring of all. Loss. Something is always lost. The afterburn is memory. Ultravioletta is the perfect L-pop artist as she represents the very thing that is lost, as opposed to every other piece of cultural detritus that merely promises something is missing. That I cannot abide. Though I can understand her hesitation. The only question that remains, would you rather live in a world ordered by aesthetic principles or rational laws?
Principles.
Me too, bucko. L-pop is an untamable principle that makes it dangerous. Sadness and loss, yes, but in the most beautiful form you ever encountered. It is unblinking ferocity, a white-hot sun, and it can change people. Hers can, but not because it is beautiful. That's not enough. It has to fall beautifully on a person. Ultravioletta seems to be able to do that with many people. No matter how their minds are angled. Like a prism. Light refracted into.
Ya kan mesti ngono film biyen.
Whatever's wrong
Nanti
with all
kasih
of us.
bersambung ngono. Kayak siapa? MacGyver, terus Mission Impossible.
And the hope that the underdog of our souls might rise to the occasion. On assignment, actually. In theater. Just like your unfortunate friend. The Felix Kaido incident in Teleco, 92.
Felix Kaido. The name knocks loose some rubble of memory. Revolutionary. Aeroplane. Tragic end.
The first of many transcendent experiences. What's she like? Up close. I've always wondered. Not really what I meant. I can tell that from a distance. Of what? Libidinal?
He squints with concentration, repeating you soundlessly.
You're saying I'm going to die for want of sexual indulgence? What makes you say that?
He gives himself a puzzled glance, then raises his chin back to you.
Are you saying I look like a virgin?
Does this guy fuck or not? An impenetrable mystery.
Where else am I to put my accoutrements? And I never have any complaints. My libido is nothing for you to worry about. I assure you, and certainly not part of this transaction. Don't dally.
Lagi jam berapa, Bu?
Welcome back, Bucko. She's the tyrant queen of your heart and mine. When she sings, all time and places on a cold whisper. If you don't, before that, L-pop is a world engulfing astral. People think.
The man's pale blue eye.
I agree. L-pop is Ultravioletta is the perfect L-pop art. That the only quest.
Principle.
Me too, Buck. L-pop is an untamable on assignment.
Felix Kaido.
The first. What's she like? Up close. I've always wondered. And I suspect you don't understand the magnitude of her art. You haven't heard of young Felix? He's one of yours. Low-level communist. The cut and thrust of the incident was a hostage crisis in Teleco. The militia Ruben Rouge had hijacked the plane and 36 hostages. So far, so socialist.
The militia Ruben Rouge, or MRR, an extreme communist fringe group who have slipped further and further into darkness over their 10-year campaign.
It was a domestic flight. And one Telekian vice minister for transport who had gamely offered himself up as to delay, or ideally void, a major trade deal between Teleco's caretaker government.
The soul of the state on the...
But after 20-odd, the first camp felt that their political point had... So, to underline it, Felix Kaido murdered his dissenting comrades in cold blood, then demanded to negotiate with Emter directly. A sublime own goal. Post-violent schism, we got called in to drop the curtain on the whole affair. Negotiation had manifested.
Next up, eradication.
About the gist of the assignment. Yes, we secured the airfield perimeter, and then began blasting one of Ultravioletta's songs through the siren system. On repeat. The first time I heard her voice. It was strategic. A neat parlor trick we picked up from the Novessa Liberation Army. Although, they preferred the sound of rabbits being slaughtered. Ultravioletta was just getting started at that point. After 16 hours of that pageantry, we went in. It was raining. The usual thing that happens when an act of... My object...
Read. A very bad time in the...
I led the team. Logistically, it was a straightforward insertion. Psychologically, our approach was hampered slightly by all the heads. At the culmination of the purge, Kaido had his... They stuffed the bodies in the cockpit and threw the heads out of the emergency exit door. It took a lot more than that. There were 5 children on that aircraft. Anyway, in we went. Got the jump on the commies early doors, but inevitably the firefight kicked off as they always seem to. Cramped, bloody, uncinematic. The ricochets were relentless. We finally got A bullet glanced into his right eye socket. It was leaking down his face. I remember clearly the ragged tendons hanging over his cheek, like curtain tassels. You tend to remember things like that. Near zero, we talked for several hours. Or more accurately, eventually he was shot, twice, in the back of the head.
A glimpse, then void.
And that was the ballad of Felix Kaido. Nothing useful. Why not? Revolution's hymns and arias.
The man reaches up and adjusts the headphones.
Right before they pulled the trigger, that same Ultravioletta song started to play over the airfield speakers. I thought one of our crew had stuck it on as a humiliating parting. Not remotely. In fact, the government. But if I recall the report, Felix Kaido did inspire quite a significant anti-liberal student faction on the ground in Calico. Please. I'm inclined to agree. Hostage or criminal, in the arena of real-time violence, there are no politics. You think so? I've never quite been able to forget him so easily. You mean the prisoner for her? It's certainly compelling. Big play, bucko.
Behind the wide blue of his eyes, a rapid recalibration is occurring.
Probably so. Irrelevant either way. Feasibly, I could break the prisoner out. Can I ask what you want from poor Dante? No need to get cynical, operand. Diplomat, high-ranking, Inarusin Cabal, would-be deserter. So I suppose for now, you'd call him leverage. I can see the advantage, but it also...
The point of zero return. If he goes fully off script and abducts the prisoner, it will be Emter's fugitive son from here on out.
Roger that. No, I don't fear her. Not anymore. I'm sure she's been under a lot of pressure recently. What with...
Speaking about her like a newly adopted kitten.
Also, I don't really mind what she thinks of me. Beyond the fact that they'll hunt me down, Emter understand balance sheets. But they don't understand culture. That's why they are currently getting played by La Luz. You have direct access to Ultravioletta? Then it seems you have a very strong hand, Cascade.
He holds your gaze a moment, then lets it go.
I respect your position. For whatever reason. I believe you can deliver.
Her face flashes on the underside of your mind. Expressions stand. You don't have to emotionally pry bar these two. Try Emter on the books, not off them. That junior negotiator already looked a little weak at the knees. The man puts a gentle...
The answer is yes, of course. There can be no other answer.
A whole career cast off in a single moment. And possibly a whole life.
We have a deal. How soon can you move? If we're doing it, we should do it quickly. Don't dally, bucko. We are operant.
You pick up the payphones. The dolphin doesn't poke back. You step away.
Hirsch, I've been thinking, or projecting maybe, future-wise. Get serious for a moment. I'm trying to be serious. What would Tempo do? Her. I don't know. My world's short of fucking axis. Maybe you noticed.
Not quite accurate. It actually just has a few competing axes. Mostly Tempo, yes, some of the original girl, but also a little of the pop star in there too. Tempo slapdashed it. The shoddy pressing must have left room for a bonus track on the outer grooves. That one's all ultravioletta. B-sides and rarities. The girl sighs smoke and turns to face the city beyond the window.
I should be out there dancing, somewhere shiny, under lights. This is all so fucked. Because the music's gone. There's just a memory of it now, and you can't dance to a memory. I could, but then I'd be dancing on my own, and that sounds pretty lonely, doesn't it? Fuck it. Maybe I'm better off that way. That was the deal, yeah. Setting her free in exchange for an imprint of her. But near the end, I started having second thoughts. New plan was to sell her back to the Luthians, imprint and ransom her, basically.
Culture then cash. Tempo to a T.
It never ends, Hirsch. And we're talking a lot of fucking money. But I also want to help V. I really want to help her.
The girl takes a skewed drag of her cigarette, then studies the embers
Turn
intently.
over.
She flicks her gaze at you like a knife.
From who? Against what?
A sudden crack across the thin glass of trust.
You want to hand V over to the slinky reprobate. He'll lock her up in his diddler dungeon and ram the key up his ass. How sweet. Sounds like you bent for him. And what are you getting out of it?
She's trade curious. Tempo never could resist a little off-the-books hustle.
I guess he wasn't lying when he said he was a major player. You must be leaning one way or another.
Gauging you. Hard. A mega gauge.
At least you're being honest. Say we take this deal. What happens to V? She'll hate that more than anything. This is a sick little game you're playing, Herschel. Massively fucked up. Casually asking me to betray my friend. I'm kind of impressed you sunk this low, to be honest. Didn't think you had it in you. Speak your piece.
teenager.
What?
You dust off and briefly consult your topographical maps of the teenage psychosphere. It remains as wondrous and enigmatic as you left it.
Get bent, Hirsch. I hope your womb falls out. Don't be a stranger.
Purple plastic. Got it? The young...
Hello.
There's our knees at our fringes. Slow ripples along the shoreline.
No. Why? Has she said something? I know. Temple said he'd help me escape. A friend of his was going to get me exit papers or something. But it's been weeks now and nothing's happening. I'm aware, but thank you for pointing it out. Have you ever had a day where, if you had the means and the power, you'd happily burn down the world and everyone in it? I see. I hope I'm not turning into a communist. I feel hemmed in, Hirsch. Like the walls are coming closer when I'm not looking. I'm not going. Ever. No, I wouldn't kill myself. They'd probably pay some hack to write knockoff songs and recreate me as a hologram. Why are you asking me this, Hirsch? I don't think so. I don't think you know me at all. What happened? I'm not afraid of the world. It can forget my name if it wants. We're totally different people, Harry.
Not too different. You both sculpt the world. One from the dark, the other in the light.
Then what are you trying to tell me?
Hit her with that memorable chorus. Lodge it in her head. The young pop star stares at you intensely.
Did Yana put you up to this?
They're turning on each other. Exploit it.
Does she? I thought Yana understood me at least. Even just a little. Look, I hear what you're saying, but I don't feel it. I can't feel it. Sweet.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch. Don't be a stranger.
HS Lastra, Shin cresses in the streets. It is the malicious Lastra had a thing about Tarsiers. Somewhere deep, an odyssey. In the end, masquerading as a pulpy exploitation novel. You flip the, you return the.
It's 96 now. For years.
The glimmering purple keyboard. The brown. A ceremonial. She may fall on it. One of the obsession with. And she likes some really good spying. Spies to yet. It's sold. And just think, you've only been hearing it through its.
Man, That was one of Yana's favorite songs, actually. She told me that the first day we met. Different person.
You brush your middle A.
Hirsch, what are you doing? Single notes? No chords? Very minimal. Hirsch, stop. I just watched you do it. Is this a midlife crisis? I don't know what to do in these situations. Should I call Yana?
Play any old shit and wrap this
Kali.
up. The
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch.
demolish another friendship. You've done it before. This one should be easy. It is not even one of your own.
What do you mean? No, but that wasn't the point. I think other people usually organize this kind of stuff for her. She's got a lot on her mind, Hirsch. But she'd keep in touch, for sure. Maybe she's had enough of me for a while. I don't know how these famous people work. You want to take this deal, yeah? Maybe.
Teeter in. One more little push. From the room next door, the piano unfolds delicately into a new key. Yana glances in its direction and looks back at her cigarette.
Fuck do I care? I'm running an enterprise, not a popularity contest. Do it. Bye.
I'm sorry. It's not personal.
You're back. Yeah? What? Please? It was too hard. I hate lying. She's just... You have a serious life. If that were true, then I would literally think, sure.
어떡하지? Really hallucin.
Hello, Cascade.
Standing very still at the fringes of the bar. Your former double cuts are conspicuous and...
Well observed. I need to buy some new clothes. Fortunately, no one but you can detect my presence. I confess I'm not exactly comfortable in such a public arena yet, but after the service you did for Miho, I felt... obligated. In. And Cascade, thank you for trusting me again. You mean a game of hypotheticals, Cascade? Give me the parameters. The what is obvious. Zeroing out a major illusion diplomatic figure. Now tell me, how? Plot dead on arrival, Cascade. Don't do it. The biggest question in this scenario is, how are you even going to get close to that boat? It will not be docking in any commercial port, and in fact, might not even dock at all. So, if your plan is dependent on being able to get a bomb on board, high probability you're putting yourself in a position where your probable conclusion, you end up having to plant the bomb in some other location, a tuk-tuk or a truck. Unless you enlist a depressive or fanatic to charge into the boat on a smaller vessel. Neither to be trusted, of course. Say you do. It's still a suicide mission. The more important problem is that you're not getting your hands on a device with the yield to sink an open water vessel. Now you're in a scenario where you're trapped with your targets on the same contained location that you're aiming to destroy. Highly unfavorable. My mind's burnt out from last time, Cascade. Give it a bit more time. Let's have them. Have another look when you can. I'll be here.
Have you found your answer? Excellent. One consideration for you. The prisoner mentioned something about exit papers. I wasn't checking, merely passing on a point of discussion. What you or the Opera do with the prisoner when you get him is none of my concern, of course. Let's conduct the exchange at the pier on the Petal Tract. Neutral ground, completely our own. Clear access to water.
Good choice. But he's dictating a lot of terms here. Bring a gun. He will.
I'm open to suggestions. With ultravioletta? I'm afraid I have to demand the very opposite. Also, I need somewhere with boat access. Then we are aligned. And Cascade, thank you for this. Until then.
I'll print. I'll be here.
Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side.
Cascade.
Even more daunting than collecting. Such a set is the task of arranging and displaying it. Unless, of course, you rotate them regularly.
I suppose that's a reasonable goal, so long as you don't lose sight of your assignment. Was there anything else? Oh dear. Has your time in the developed world got you looking for a little ideological pick-me-up? You'll know it's terminal once you start smiling at police officers. I suppose the party line is that we won. After La Tour Vulgar, the party declared the task of revolution complete. The people got perpetual revolution. It made you want to do stupid and beautiful things. In other circumstances, I might agree. Yet here we are. Most think it's a privilege to be given a reprieve from history. Oh, excellent. Our trusted operant has become a liberal internationalist. Next thing I know, you're going to tell me you've taken up with the bank. Tolerable, yes. If daily existence doesn't make you want to hurl yourself in front of a commuter train, it can't be that bad. Not everything needs to connect back to work.
Except that's the only reason she talks to you.
I know. You should do something about that. In any event, it's almost time for...
With that, she rings. You return to the desk. You turn away. The stereo is right where you left it. You slot the disc into place. You step away.